Ciao a tutti, good afternoon. We are back and let me introduce you quickly. I'm in the booth with Mr. Adam Sims and also remotely with us from the UK, Mr. Sandy Clunas. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello. How we doing, guys? Yeah, so wind didn't look like it filled in as much we wanted, but I'm really looking forward to some tow-in action.
Exactly.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's looking exciting. I think there's going to be some fun action now. We have the jet ski working. It was a slight technical issue yesterday, and yeah, definitely excited as well over here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little bit of a on and off morning trying to get the foil style running. Unfortunately, the wind hasn't been on our side, but it doesn't matter because, as we said, whatever the conditions will throw at us, we will get some action in. And now it's time for some proper tow-in, finally. So, talking about the event in general, why let's not have a look at the highlights from yesterday. And welcome to day number 2 here in beautiful and today also sunny Vieste. The wind is still a little bit light, but everything is on its way for foil style. First elimination coming up, Tigo versus Dudu. The riders tried their best and we saw some moves going down.
It looked a bit better than it actually was. It's still quite light, the wind. I was on 5.2, managed to catch a few gusts, do some moves, but I think it's just not enough yet to compete.
The riders did their best and we saw some moves going down, but unfortunately the wind was just not enough, which didn't allow us to go through the elimination ladders.
Oh, it's unfortunately too light to do freestyle. We had a bit of fun cruising around, but it's a pity to not have enough wind, but we stay focused and motivated to get some more wind in the next day.
Yeah, my name is Bodhi Kemper. I'm competing in the foil style, the freestyle and the tow-in. Just had a test run on the foil style, but just a bit too light unfortunately, but it was still fun.
Yeah, you can train your pumping, that's for sure. You can fine-tune your technique on the pumping, and we're going to be ready whenever.
With the waiting game being on, we were looking forward to getting the Tow-In Qualification started. Unfortunately, due to some technical difficulties, we were unable to get the Tow-In qualifier started, but the riders still got some training runs.
Welcome guys, today was a great day in Vieste. Whew. I just came back from tow-in run. I have to catch my breath a little bit with this one. In the morning we had the foil style session, it was amazing. Those guys ripped it up on the foil. It's a new discipline, it's a new sport, it's a game changer, let's go.
Tomorrow is going to be the last light wind day and we're looking forward to finish all 3 qualifiers for the big final, Tow-In final on Saturday in town. Stay tuned to our live stream so you don't miss any of the action. All right, and we're back in the studio, and behind of us, the riders are actually warming up for the upcoming Tow-In, first qualifier of the day. And yeah, we're just super excited. I mean, Tow-In for me is so amazing because it's always a show, you know? There are people at the beach watching it, being completely blown away. It's just the show effect out of it, which makes it so special, in my opinion.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I totally agree. And there's so many different types of moves that we can expect to see as well, I think. Sandy, what do you think? I mean, there's like a lot of different variations on the moves, aren't there, that these riders will be able to go for?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what's really made tow-in become such an interesting discipline of windsurfing. Obviously, as Greta said, you know, when tow-in first started, it was all about the show. But as you know, the freestyle guys, the pros have all got used to the discipline and the feeling of being towed when there's not so much wind. It's meant that there's a bigger variation of moves. And because of that, we've had to adjust the way we kind of judge it and the way everything goes when it's in a competition. So as you can see on screen, these are the move types: combo, regular, style, and my personal favorite, send it. Yeah, so it really does diversify it up a little bit. At the start of Tow-In, dare I say it, it was a lot of air funnels. It was a lot of those same kind of just 360 rotations. But now, especially after the events last year, Geneva being a big one, obviously, with some chops, some ramps, adding that in, creates a whole new dimension and really just adds to the show. So as you can see, combo is all about popping into more than one rotation. Regular is that regular stance, which is switch stance in Tow-In, but regular in normal windsurfing. It's very confusing if you're not sure about it, but basically the riders look very twisted up. They've essentially got the sail is like behind them rather than in front of them. So you're seeing moves like kulos, konos, maybe even some air bobs. I'm definitely very excited to we've got Kiri here. I'm very excited to see if he's doing some of the air bobs. I think it's one of my favorite moves. Style, of course, there's some every single one of the riders has got great style, but some notable ones for me. Sam Steve with that one-handed burner in Geneva last year. Like I said, I've watched that thing a million times. Style does very much matter. You can do a simple burner, a simple one-handed burner, but if you're throwing some style at it, looking behind you rather than into the rotation, it's really what the judges are going to be looking for. And then obviously send it. I feel like send itself, doesn't it, Greta?
I mean, send it, to be honest, is also my personal favorite, because most of the time it's the most creative one. It's the craziest one. It's where the rider really, get out of their normal routine, let's say. And we saw people doing funny things with sunglasses and wearing normal clothes.
True,
and I remember also last year, Mikey and Lisa actually going together on one board,
Tandem,
completely
yeah.
exploding in Geneva. That was such an amazing show as well. And the crowd is just going wild as soon as there's Tow-In happening at the beach. So it's just amazing.
That's a funny element of the Tow-In. For this Tow-In here, we're going to be doing the format is going to be 3 runs per rider. So they will do 1 round. Every rider goes one after the other. Then there'll be another round and another round. That's 3 runs, and it's just the one best maneuver that counts. We won't specifically be categorizing each round. It's just basically they'll be choosing any of these types of maneuvers that we've seen. That's some of the judging factors that the judges will be picking up on as well. But those judging factors and those types of maneuvers that we've seen there are almost kind of telling us a little bit about the history of Tow-In. Where it has come from, how it began with a lot of these sort of sliding maneuvers and things like this, and then we started seeing the sort of popping and double and triple popping maneuvers that Stephen used to do back in the day. I think even before that we saw even some stuff off the ramp, and I think we have a short video as well to see a bit of the history. Here we go. So Tongi Franz flying off a ramp in Potsdam in Austria, and I think his brother's soon to follow, Tati Franz. And they were using just the side of the boat here, just the side of the boat, sitting on the side, using the harness and going through these maneuvers. So, and this is going through quite a history of the Tow-In. So really some of the early days, that's myself there, going for my first ever Tow-In run in Sardinia. So it's a classic videos here. We've had quite some, this is in Russia at the Aquilito Cup back in 2012, I believe it was. So it's been quite an era of Tow-In. And here you see the ramp. This was kind of the initiation of the ramp. And Julia Mass being at the forefront of that, using a ramp from a wake from another boat as well. So here we have that kind of next step up from these. These are the sort of slidey maneuvers that a lot of people are trained, popping and popping and popping.
It's so spectacular.
Yeah.
Always and always again.
Yeah. Adam, you were one of the kind of pioneers of this as well. I know you're never going to say it about yourself, so I'll say it. But you were kind of one of the first riders as well, doing those sort of like Spock rotations in the Tow-In and stuff. How scary was that? Initially trying those sort of maneuvers rather than just the kind of like switch moves.
Yeah, that came about because I saw that it was a lot of funnel rotations going on, these sort of air funnels and what we see as traditionally switch maneuvers. So I wanted to try something a bit different, see if it would work as for an advantage in competition. And so I figured, this regular stuff. I remember Stephen trying it first by ducking the sail going into it, for culos and things like that. And then I was like, okay, what about let's go spot culo? I know in the kind of the real world of freestyle, sometimes the spock is easier than ducking the sail. So I was trying this in the tow-in, and it got scary. There were crashes, you know, and you see here some of these crashes as well. Rail catches, you know, pretty heavy whiplashes as well. So there was definitely quite a risk factor to it. But the reward was high, and I found myself getting, you know, some fairly good results with it. Now it's got really, I'd say, very varied in the tone, which is nice to see. We see a whole mix of stuff going on. So I'm excited to see what happens here on the water. Here we see some of the stuff in Austria again. The waves getting bigger year on year. I'm pretty sure we'll see stuff from Geneva where that kind of really defined even a next step in the tone as well. I mean, Sandy, what a show in Geneva, hey?
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like I'm not over it. You know, it feels terrifying to say, but we're getting close to it being a year ago now. You know, I'm already looking forward to going again in September. But yeah, you know, what we saw there was like something we've never seen. You know, Fivos, one of the guys working behind the scenes on the tour, also competing. Like he was doing these kind of clue first ponches, clue first air, you know, air flackers. Like we were seeing completely new things. And then of course, Baal's coming up on screen there. Great having him in Geneva doing it on the foil as well, which is just something, a completely new discipline as well. But, you know, him opting to do that off the ramp as well. Jamie Howard, who's there as well, you know, his like Pascal rotation that he did in Geneva last year as well. That just the fact he landed it planing, you know, which is very, very difficult to do in the tow-in, you know. So, yeah, I feel like the level went up. And then, of course, Sam Steve's one-handed burner, you know, I think that's probably one of our most viral clips on social media. Like, it went crazy. I just can't believe it.
Yeah, you gave the game
that
away.
wakeboard boat here.
You gave the game away. You watched it a million times. That's all your views, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
it was just me.
I mean, if there's one thing that's for sure is that when you're doing tow-in, you need to be very, very committed. You need to go full in. You don't need to be scared. You need to go, you need to be on fire and don't be afraid, because the moment you start to pull back, that's actually where it could get dangerous and, where it's usually not having a very good ending.
Absolutely valid point. I mean, it's true. You do need to commit 100% to the maneuver.
Yes.
Sometimes you'll change your mind as you come into the run, because you'll see like the chop is like this or like that, or you've gone a little bit off edge, so you'll go for that maneuver that's a little bit safer. But once you're there before the wave, just the moment before, you've got to commit.
You need to go through it until the very, very end.
Exactly, yeah. So, yeah, looking forward to the action coming up. I think it's going to be quite an exciting one. We've got the first elimination out of 3 eliminations for the qualifying. And you guys take it away. I'm going to step out and leave you guys to it. And I'm looking forward to enjoy the show.
Yes. Thank you, boss. So,
cheers,
first
Adam.
qualification round coming up. We have some new names in there, some very known names as well. No one else than George Grizzly, actual 2023 Tow-In champion, is in that one. Then we have Bodie Kempen. Then we have some new names on the list. Italian, Cosmo Pezzetti from Sardinia, Mr. Dudu Levi. Then we have Miss Elena Dominic. It's also her first time actually doing tow-in. She's training here. She did some training runs during the past days. So let's see what she was already able to improve. Then obviously we have Mr. Leonard Neubauer, a name which doesn't need any introduction. Sandy, do you want to continue maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Micah Hooverman as well coming in hot. It's nice to see so many girls at this event, you know, really representing it. And then, of course, Raphael De Vint, Rafa. We saw in the highlights from yesterday, he already did a few tow-in runs, and he has not lost any of his moves. Rafa, you know, some of you, if you're fans of freestyle watching, you may recognize his name from, you know, a few years ago. He was on the tour full time, coming from Curacao. You know, just next door to Bonaire, so get some great wind at home. But actually, he's now a doctor living in the Netherlands. But I spent a lot of time with him in Brazil over the winter, and he still has all the moves. And I'm really, really excited to see him back at the event. So yeah, I'm really excited. This qualification one is stacked. There's so many great names in there, and as you said, it's really cool to see some new guys getting stuck in as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as said, we have a little bit of everything in this one. And let me just interrupt you, Sandy, because we just heard the horn beeping, which means that actually the first tow-in run, it's on its way. But yeah, I can just agree. It's amazing to see many people being back, actually. Let's go. First one is on its way. We have Anthony, our jet ski driver, going full in. As said yesterday, we had some little issues with the technique, with the motor, but today we are full on, and let's go.
So yeah, it looks like there's a nice bit of cross-shore wind, and actually having a bit of wind in your sail really helps for the Tow-In for certain moves. I think that's Cosmo Pezzetti. You see the wind's really pushing against him there. He's really having to work hard, but that power should be able to make him be able to do a really good move. What's he got? Yeah, one-handed, really nice. I think that's Cosmo. Maybe you can confirm that.
Yes, exactly. That's Cosmo. That's Cosmo. Exactly. That's Cosmo on the RRD.
Nice.
And yeah, he's one of the young upcoming talents from Italy. So exciting to have him here competing for the first time in Vieste. But yeah, competing in front of the Italian home crowd is obviously always exciting also for him.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there, he kind of managed to get himself caught in the wake of the jet ski a bit. But yeah, as soon as he got clear, got some clean water underneath his fin, managed to get over the sail and pull out a really nice one-handed burner. And you can see there, by having a little extra bit of wind in the sail, it means you can fully kind of land the move. You know, a lot of the time in Tow-In, you see they kind of finish the move and then sort of fall in straight away. But having a bit of wind, whilst it may make it harder to kind of come round the course, as long as you get round there, the move is probably going to feel a bit easier because you have some of that wind in the sail.
Exactly.
So yeah, Elena Dominic going up as well. Elena, Undercover Ripper.
Yeah.
If you don't follow her on Instagram, she's got some moves. She's got some moves.
I mean, it's her first time here in Vieste. For her, it was actually a goal to come here and to compete with Lisa. So it's amazing that they made this little girls trip out of it. Unfortunately, she just had a crash. I mean, she's actually new to Tow-In. So she was training hard during the past days, yesterday also during the training runs. But yeah, I think she still needs some more runs to get used to it, because obviously it's very, very difficult, but I'm sure she will make the best out of it and improve already a lot during these runs over here now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things, you know, we've said it so many times, like Tow-In is such a difficult thing to practice because who has a spare jet ski in their garage? You know, it is one of those things where the only time that people can really practice Tow-In is at these events. So, you know, it's very easy to look at it and go, well, why is she, you know, hang on, they can't do it and stuff. But it's like, well, the only way that a lot of these athletes ever get to do Tow-In is when they come and try and compete and have a go. And, you know, so much about what we're doing here at the Free Tour is fostering that community and trying to get more people into the sport, especially girls. So giving them a platform to get out and do this. And it doesn't look easy. You can see there's plenty of chop on the water as we see her getting up and getting round for another one. Oh, and there you go. As she comes round, the wind just powers that sail up. You've got to be so over the sail. You saw it with Cosmo in the last run. He came round and the sail nearly pushed him, but he just managed to keep it back enough. It's not an easy thing to do at all. But great to see people trying it and getting involved.
Exactly. I mean, that's what we're here for. To give it a try, to improve, to inspire others. And yeah, as you just said, I'm just so happy and so proud to see more girls here than last year. So every year some more girls, and they're actually some of the guys and riders who brought their sister to compete, who brought friends to compete. And it's just amazing to see that the girls are pushing each other and helping each other, actually, because Elena yesterday, when she went on the water for the training runs in Tow-In, she was actually getting some tips from Lisa and then from the other riders as well. So as you say, it's really amazing to see them training here, and because it's actually the only really real opportunity they get to train Tow-In. I mean, as you say, nobody has really a spare jet ski at home or a spare boat just doing training runs over the lake or whatever. So yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy at all, but they're giving it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, you know, Elena, you know, and Lisa, who you just mentioned, you can see her on the beach there talking to George and Rafa, you know, part of the German freestyle battles as well. You know, there's a great scene over in Germany. They're organizing their events and they do a lot of kind of Tow-In practices as well. Just another aspect of, you know, and we work closely together with them as a tour, you know, to encourage more events and trying to build that community and essentially just promote and showcase how awesome freestyle windsurfing is. So yeah, big shout out to those guys that organize all that stuff. And I know Elena does some training with them as well and some events. As we see Rafa de Vint getting in the water there. Yeah, really excited to see what Rafa's got for us. I think next up is Dudu. But yeah, we'll just wait and see it. Maybe that they've rejigged it. Maybe Dudu's still getting his wetsuit on. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what Rafa's got for us.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, it's amazing to see Rafa, for example, also back on tour because, as we say, this is a little bit like a family reunion also. Riders coming back together, riders which maybe have been off for a couple of years, like Rafa. Rafa has been studying, he hasn't been competing since 6 years. And the other day he just told me, well, Greta, it's so nice to be back. It's like, yeah, family reunion, being back with each other, actually nothing changed. And yeah, just love, you know, just pure love over here. And yeah, you're right. Actually, Dudu is up next. He's getting on his boards, getting his run started, and getting pulled now by Anthony, the jet ski driver.
Yeah, Mr. Dudu. Let's wait and see. We've just put out a couple of really great films. You know, a really cool video, kind of 25 minutes, sort of longer piece about Dudu's life that he just put up about, you know, him, you know, sailing all his kind of home spots around Israel. And then he put up another video the other day, action video of him in Dakhla in Morocco as well. So they're definitely worth checking out. Dudu's got and let's see what he's got for us in this Tow-In.
Oh yeah, nice one from Dudu. I mean, I think he still has even dry hair. Perfectly landed, very nice in his red wetsuit, a little bit like a Ferrari outfit. Good start for him over here.
Yeah, super stylish as always from Mr. Dudu. As I was saying, you know, he's got everything as we see in there. Nice air funnel. And there's the burner as well. Easy. So again, you know, it's one of those things, these moves are kind of a bit easier when they've got a bit of wind. This is kind of perfect Tow-In conditions, not necessarily for learning, but once you're up and going, and if you've done it quite a few times before, it really is perfect conditions. As we see Rafa de Vint getting up as well, remarkably similar equipment and look to Dudu. You can see why you get a bit confused there. But yeah, Rafa on the Hot Sails Maui, both on the Future Fly boards. As we see Rafa come around, he did a big one-handed burner yesterday, burner 360. Let's see what he's got for us now.
All right, getting around the corner, speeding up. Let's see.
Yeah, coming round into the wind. You can see really pushing down against that sail. You can see how far up his hand. Wow, big air funnel.
Yeah.
But he just goes in there.
Nice one.
There from Rafa. Yeah, it was good. He didn't quite get the finish he wanted, I don't think, but the first pop was really, really good. Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. As Adam said earlier, this is the first run of 3. So we see him throw in that air funnel. Wow, super tweaked on that. But doesn't quite get round the second 360 there. I'm going to say that's not quite as good as Dudu's run, Greta. What do you think?
Yeah, I also think so. He had some, it was a bit difficult at the end for Rafa. I mean, yesterday during the training runs, he was doing, it was massive for him yesterday here. He did some very, very high jumps, and it was just a bit cleaner. But as just said, it was the first round now. I mean, they have another 2 runs, and I'm sure he will be able to show his potential in the upcoming next 2. I mean, the riders also need to get warmed up still a little bit, so I'm sure the next one will get better for him. So, yeah, I would definitely agree that Dudu's one was a bit better, a bit cleaner.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Dudu will be a bit happier. Oh, as we see Micah Hooverman getting up in that yellow jersey, and she is in regular stance. So it may look like she's in switch. So in normal windsurfing, she's essentially ducked the sail in regular already. So you can see this is super hard in the chop. You can see there, so her kind of bum is on the sail. And she's let go there, didn't like it. So with it, as she got pulled around there, potentially realises she may have, tried to run before she can walk. You know, it's only the first attempt. Maybe you want to try something switch first, get some points on the board, and then go for something a bit later on. But yeah, risky manoeuvre going for that regular straight away. Or maybe she's having a chat with Anthony, the driver.
Already going in regular like this around the corner is already super hard. Just getting pulled like this, so that's already. If it would be for me, she would already get some points for that, you know. But I mean, Mike is a fighter 100%. And she wants to have it perfect. So yeah, seems like she was just explaining Anthony how to do things differently. So let's see what we get up next.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just see what she'll probably be having a bit of a chat with it. I think they get 2 attempts. If they come off the line like we saw with Elena there. I think they get 2 attempts and then that's it. So I think these guys will just be resetting the course and bringing Micah back around before she gets to try her move. I'd say probably Kulo, which is it's a difficult move to do in Tow-In. You know, Adam was saying at the start there, you know, the introduction of he said he wanted to do a Kulo, and it was trying to figure out how to set up that position that you need to be in, where your kind of bum's on the sail and you're holding the sail almost behind you in that regular stance position. So yeah, beautiful view we've got there, though. Look at that watercolor.
Sí, bellissimo. I mean, Vieste is just, yeah, it's a little pearl, you know. It's just so beautiful here, on and off the water, and I mean the colors of the ocean are just amazing, of the Mediterranean Sea here. And I mean we see Bodhi getting ready, waiting there for his next lap, for his round.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Micah
Bodhi Kempen, another
on.
guy's got all the moves. Yeah, Micah's coming round, so she's still in that regular position. So she perhaps just needed, you know, maybe he went around the corner a little bit too sharp, and that means she didn't get to adjust it right. So just adjusting the line, you can see there she's in that regular position. Gonna have to kind of cut out on the heels to carry all that speed. As we see her letting go of the line, what she got? Bang! And there's the Kulo, but just goes in at the end there. Nice, really silky smooth Kulo there from Micah Hooverman. Didn't quite get the landing.
Beautiful.
You know, similar to what Yentl said. Similar to what Yentl said earlier about the foil style. You know, you've got to land right over the board because there's not as much wind in your sail that's going to help you kind of land and sail away. So you've got to land right in the middle. You can see here as she comes round, there's a bit of chop there. Nice Kulo, but just a little bit too heavy on the heels and just dips in at the end. But still, put some points on the board. As you said, Greta, it is the first run of 3. She's got plenty of time to improve. And actually, that puts her straight up into second place there, that Kulo. So, yeah.
Go, girl. Beautiful. I think she had a very good start anyway. All right,
100%.
next up.
Yeah.
Next up, Bodhi Kempen. Getting pulled out. Let's see what we get from him on the Severn.
Bodhi's one of those guys where, like, I never really know what he's going to do. You know, he's,
that
Bodhi's
was unplanned,
well.
though.
Yeah, I say that. You never really know what he's going to do, including crashing. Yeah,
exactly.
That goes to show... That goes to show how difficult it is, you know, out in the chop there, because that never usually happens to Bodhi. You know, he's done a lot of Tow-In in the past. You know, coming from Browsdam, I think they get to practice it a lot. He's been to so many events, has done Tow-In so many times. He's one of the keenest windsurfers. He always wants to get involved in everything. So if he's falling in there, and they all seem to be falling as they come round the corner there. So as soon as the wind hits the other side of the sail, it's kind of knocking them in. So yeah, he's obviously it's obviously very difficult. Yeah, because Bodhi's got all the moves, but I'm intrigued to see what move he's going to bust out. He's one of those guys as well. He's got a lot of moves both sides. You know, he can do the switch moves both sides. He's got regular both sides. Yeah, I'm going to be intrigued to see what he's got for us as we see him get back up again, and hopefully he's going to have a bit of a better second run.
Yeah, definitely, Sandy. I mean, he's one of those guys where it's always. Yeah, you never know what you get. It's always surprising, but he's always pushing and performing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, he's so keen. He's always wants to get involved, and he's, you know, always at the front of anything. Here, as we see him letting go, and he'll be disappointed in that. Just a funnel there. I'd say he wanted that into the second pop. He's really got Laka Shaka rotation down usually. But yeah, it looks a little bit out of form potentially. You know, as you said, you know, it may just be it's been a couple of quiet days. You know, you start to overthink everything. You know, take some riders they manage to just do it straight away. Other riders tend to take a little bit longer to warm up. You know, hopefully by run 3 he'll have kind of found his form a bit. But yeah, frustrating there for Bodhi, but I'm sure he'll be fine. And next up, who have we got, Greta?
Yeah, Mr. Leonard Neubauer, another guy who doesn't need any introduction. I mean, he's not only a very, very talented rider, he's a showmaster. He's always, you can rely on him. You know what I mean? Always professional, always on point. So I'm very, very curious what he's going to pull out here. I just know that he had a little bit of an injury on his foot, but let's see what he will be able to do anyway. And yeah, I mean, he had an amazing season in 2023, a good start in 2024, and he's loving this place over here. It reminds him a lot from home, and he's just loving Vieste. So I'm sure he will perform well also here now.
Yeah,
Speedy.
absolutely. It's really interesting. You can see the line. Yeah, he's going a lot faster. And you can see the line he's taken. You know, he really tried to, as he went around the corner, stay away from the wake. And Woo! There it is. Oh my! The torque on that. How did he get that burn around? Obviously didn't quite manage to land it, sail hit the water, but how did he do that? That was crazy. He didn't land that air funnel like in a way that I looked like he was going to be able to jump around a burner after. Oh, that was sick.
That was beautiful, yeah. He gave it all. I mean, he tried it, and we can clearly see that the wind at the end, it was missing still a bit. But yeah, I mean, fully in as always, Leonard.
Absolutely. And interesting, so what we're looking at on screen here, so we've got George Grisley in the yellow jersey, so the 2023 Tow-In champ. Now, something you're maybe going to notice, so George does his switch moves the other way around. So as you can see, Leonard on screen here, he has his left foot forwards. So you can see as he comes round there, he's in that kind of switch stance as if he was doing it on. George does it the other way round, so he will probably be asking for the jet ski to adjust the course and essentially go round the other way, which is what we're seeing now. See how George has got his sail on the other side? So George has got his sail in the wind already. So it's going to be interesting to see because the wind actually is in the favour of guys doing it the other way rather than this way. So George is potentially going to have a bit of a job on his hands here because the wind is going to be pushing the sail away from him rather than pushing it into him, which is what you want really in towing. I know we're getting a bit technical here, but that's kind of why we want to explain this to you guys. So you can see George is coming round the other way. What's he got for us? I'm thinking like a shaka maybe, or some sort of flaka shaka rotation. Using that chop. Yes, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
Almost.
Proving why he's the 2023 Tow-In champ there. That was sick. So a flaka shaka and then almost bouncing into the next one. We see the driver there. George, also, I think Greta, maybe, obviously I'm not there in person, but he's got a bit of an injury at the moment, doesn't he, on his foot, I think?
Yes, exactly. His ankle. His ankle is a little bit the problem. He bruised it some days ago, and he's having a little bit of an issue with his ankle. That's why he's taking it a bit slowly and careful. But as we could just see now, when he's demanded, he's on point, and I would say a very, very good start from him. And I mean, it's just so interesting to see how every rider has its different style. I think this is always very, very interesting to compare it and to see how everyone does it on its way. And yeah, I mean, George had a really good start over here. I hope he's okay because we can see him jumping a little bit. But no, I think it's okay. I think it's good. He's definitely feeling better also with the rest of his body because he was a little bit feeling unwell during the past days. That should be fine right now. So he really has to be just careful about his ankle.
Yeah, exactly. If I'm honest, I've traveled a lot with George over the last year and stuff. He's one of those guys where he's just always a little bit injured, but that's because he's an absolute sender. We just saw there, even though he's got a bit of an ankle injury, he's like, right, cool, I'm still going to pop this board 3 times. That's the first triple pop we've seen of the day. I don't think it'll be the last, but George will be really... He does sometimes find it a bit difficult, having to go round the other way to everyone else. I said he does all his switch moves right foot forwards, but he no bother. I mean, given that he's the Tow-In champ last year, maybe I'm contradicting myself. He didn't have much of a bother, but he seems to be walking fine there, very much in tune with that duotone gear. As you see, Cosmo coming in hot. Is he going to do one better than that one-handed burner earlier? That was super clean, a really great way to start a day of action. Let's see what he's got for us on the second run. Nice air funnel there, building the house.
Yes, exactly, building a house. I'm curious to see what is coming in from the judges, in the next round when we see some points coming in.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously, it's being done a bit differently. It's kind of like best move out of 3 counts, really. We're not doing it like in Geneva. We had the full kind of setup of, we did the combo, then the regular, different categories. Not necessarily doing that, it's just about trying to get out there and do the best move. Dare I say, we're just we're all about sending it today, aren't we, Greta?
Exactly, it's all about sending. It's all about going full power. So currently we have Dudu leading. He had a very good start. Yeah, next up is Elena for her second run. Let's see. I hope for her that this time it won't be, that it will be a bit more fluent, let's say, for her to get around the corner and to get her proper attempt to pull up a move. So fingers crossed for her. And let's see what we get next.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and as I said, in her first run, it is a kind of learning process. This Tow-In, they don't get to practice that much. We're seeing her coming around the dreaded corner here. She's going to really have to lean over onto that sail as the wind starts pushing the sail against her. She's looking a lot more stable on this one, staying out of the white water that the jet ski's creating, staying out on that side so that when the jet ski cuts out, which you can see it's doing now, she's got plenty of speed, letting go. Oh, rail catch.
Ah, damn it. I hope she's okay. Yeah, no, I think she's okay.
She's
I mean, as you said, it was a lot more stable than before. She went full power through it, actually. And just, then at the very end, a bit of too much power, maybe.
Well, I think it's one of those things you can see as she takes off there. It's really difficult with the Tow-In, especially. Like, when you take off, she kind of took off too much on her toes, which meant that the rail of the board dug in. When you take off, you've kind of got to take off as flat as on your flat foot. You don't want to take off on your heels or your toes too much, especially your toes. Rail catches. Adam said earlier about catching a rail, especially in Tow-In. And that's all that happened there. Is she just leaned too much on her toes. When it's windy, you can kind of get away with it because you use the sail a lot more. But in Tow-In, it is so much about the pop of the board, and I think she just timed it slightly wrong. But a huge improvement on the previous run. She got all the way around and jumped into a move, which is great to see. As we see Dudu coming around the corner, and he is in regular Greta. So we're going to see some sort of culo rotation, maybe a double culo. I'm excited to see what Dudu's got. He's definitely here, and he means business.
Oh, yes. Speeding it on, approaching the beach. Let's see what we get. Oh, yeah.
So.
Woo! Oh, wow! No-handed. No-handed. I think he was the first one doing that today. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely the first one we've seen. He's coming around. He's going for that no-handed culo. Throws the sail there. Super sick. But again, sail just didn't come back into his hands. A risky move to do, realistically for these kind of no-handed moves, you need plenty of wind because the wind essentially brings the sail back into your hands. So trying that in Tow-In is risky business, especially the culo where you're not facing the sail. The burner potentially a little bit easier because you can stretch your arms out and grab that sail again. But the culo, the judges are going to love that. That's what they want to see. They want to start seeing some innovation, something a bit different,
Yeah, honestly, so far, I think my most favorite move of this first elimination qualifier. No-handed culo with a proper face landing. Poof! Well done, Dudu. Well done, Dudu.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. He is definitely one of the showmen on the tour. And speaking of showmen, we've got Rafa de Vint, coming back after a few years of absence while he's been, studying. Let's see what he's got for us. I want to see a big one-handed burner. What's he got?
Ooh.
Yo, there it is. Goes a bit off axis. And that was a strange rotation there. Went a bit sort of like cork rotation. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of an over rotation actually. Almost landing on our photographer.
Yeah, be careful, Miles. Yeah, he's on that sandbar wearing a big bright helmet. He wants people to make sure that they don't get too close to him. They want to get close to us. He wants the money shot. He wants the good picture. So yeah, one-handed. The sail. Yeah, it looked like the sail. He kind of went almost into like an air funnel rotation rather than a burner. The clue of the sail, the corner of the sail didn't kind of get out and away from him enough. That was a strange one. I don't know what happened there. It looks like he just took off a bit weirdly. Didn't know what he wanted to do as he took off.
We will ask him later, that's for sure. But what we can see, he really wants it. He's going full in, a lot of passion in every run. So that's definitely good, and that's what we want to see, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's just great to have him back. We're going to keep talking about it. Is the community, the family side of it, and it's so nice to have Rafa back. Oh, Micah going down there. So there, what we said about she's actually now. So she does moves as well, the same way that George does. So you can see she was getting pulled out with the sail already pushing against her, rather than going around the corner and having it start there. So difficult. You know, as soon as she gets up, you've not quite built up the speed yet. So the faster you're going, the lighter your sail's going to feel. It's going to feel like there's like less power in it. So you can see as she was starting to accelerate there, but didn't quite have all the speed yet, the sail probably still felt full of power and just spanked her right into the water. You know, it's so difficult. You know, Tow-In. It's so hard to describe.
She was also fully in the white water, so it was pretty unstable in all senses, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure that, you know, people at home can relate to that, whether you're kind of wave sailing or a boat goes past and you sail through its wake, you know, you kind of feel that like spin out almost over your fin, don't you? So you can see now she's up and going and she's really staying out and away from that white water, staying out to the side of it, where there's clean water going around her fin, and that's going to keep her moving forward with plenty of grip on the water. Coming round, she's going to start speeding up, and let's see what she's got for us. I'm thinking a kind of double pop rotation, similar to what George did. As we see her letting go. First move. Whoa, big one.
Nice one, Maaike. Well done.
Yeah.
Almost perfectly landed as well.
Definitely
really
an upgrade
nice, like big first
air
round.
100%. Yeah. I mean, the culo was good, but, you know, that was a really big effort. She just hit a nice bit of chop. Whoa, she got so much lift there.
Oh, yeah.
Sick one there from Maaike.
Yeah, nice air funnel. Nice one.
Yeah, that was really good there from Maaike Hooverman. I mean, we're saying this as if we're surprised that Maaike did something amazing on a windsurfer, you know? Like, we know Maaike can do all this.
Exactly.
But yeah,
exactly.
Still great to see. Still great to see.
All right, and next we have
Bodhi
Bodhi up again. Bodhi getting ready. First pull, and up we are, ready to go for the second round for Bodhi.
So interesting to see there, looking at the scores that just came up on screen. So George currently, so Maaike holding on to her second place with that first culo she did. So you can see the judges really responding to this like regular stance position that we're seeing Bodhi in now. So he may have found that out and he's gone, right, I'm gonna do a regular for this run, because it is scoring really high. It's something that the judges are appreciating how difficult it is to get round the course in this position, and therefore they're rewarding it very highly. So let's see what Bodhi's got for us. Oh, sick culo there.
And he's still standing. He's still standing. Wow. Well, that was a beautiful one, huh? Beautiful culo out there.
Yeah.
Still dry hair, standing at the very end.
Yeah, landed super clean. Just hit a nice bit of chop there. Let lift. Wow, real torque on that one, and then just flips the sail, sails away from it. That's the judges are going to love that. I'd say that's going to catapult him straight up into. I think that'll be him into second place. I would say. Still, no one managing to outdo that.
Oh yes.
First run.
You're right. Straight up into second. Mamma mia! Wow, what a jump for Bodhi. Second best
really
move of today.
There. Absolutely. And then we've got Mr. Leonard Neubauer. He's going to want to really improve on that funnel burner we saw last time. Didn't quite manage to stick the burner. Kind of got a bit caught in the rotation. I think the sail got stuck in the water, but just didn't quite manage to power the sail up on the takeoff, which is so essential in those double power moves. Difficult one for Leonard. He's going to want to really try and do that. I'd say he's probably going to try that move again. The air funnel burner, Dudu's in first place because of it. You can see Leonard there already standing on his board with the sail in hand.
Carving it out in style. Carving it out in style.
Yes.
Did you see that in the very beginning? He doesn't like it to go out normally, boring, you know, carving it straight away.
Yeah, exactly. He's got some style on him, does Leonard, but he's also got some power. You know, we've seen it over the last couple of years. He just goes bigger and bigger and bigger in Cape Town on the lake. You know, he's the only guy on 4.4, everyone else on 3.7, 4.0. And there's the air funnel, and there's the burner.
Oh yeah, look at that. And did you see how he looked at the beach, at the crowd? Did you see his look in his eye? That's also really Leonard style, you know? Pulling off the move in perfection, and then he gets this little eye contact with the crowd at the beach. Look at what I did. Look at what I did, guys.
Oh, that was so good. That first air funnel was huge. That was really sick. That's like the pinnacle of what we want to be seeing there.
Here we go, and straight into first position. Yeah, I mean, it was obvious that he was not happy with his first round, that he needed to do something about it, and here we go. That's Leonard.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to need to be doing something really big as we see George Grisley getting up and going for his second run, wearing that yellow jersey. Did a triple pop last time, but again, I think a big thing that the judges are looking for now, they want to see you finishing the move, landing the move, properly sailing away from it. And George didn't quite manage to do that in his last run. So let's see if he can do it in this one. Yeah, deliver something for us. He is the champion after all. He's got to live up to it. No pressure, George.
Exactly. And I'm sure he wants to have this title again this year, so he will give it all, you know. He's not going to give it away easily.
Absolutely not. You know, I spent the winter with him and he's been really training, putting the hours in. He obviously released an awesome movie, Bittersweet, from his time in Brazil. You know, he's been putting so much time into windsurfing and it's great to see it starting to pay off. And let's see what he's got for us. 1, 2, and goes in. Oh, unlucky there. Trying to do the same move as last time, but I'm going to say it wasn't as good. So yeah, I don't think we'll see his scores changing there. He's going to potentially want to look to switch things up. Yeah, not as good there. Just didn't quite get the pop on the first one. Yeah.
Exactly. And then just finishing it off. Yeah, no. The first one was definitely better. And yeah, I mean, this is definitely what put Leonard, Bodie, and Mike much ahead of everyone else because they had very good endings, actually.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, we're literally seeing it now. Leonard Neubauer, 8.33 for that air funnel burner. He landed it absolutely perfectly. Dudu, his own air funnel burner as well. And then Bodie coming up in third place with that Kulo. All three of those moves were just landed really, really nicely. So, yeah, you know, tough one for George there. He'll probably look to change it up ever so slightly for the next run. But yeah, here we go. We are getting into, I think, are we going into
Nothing is lost yet. Nothing is lost yet. There's still one more round coming up.
Exactly, yeah. So I think we are going into the last round of this first qualification as we see Cosmo Pezzetti, a young Italian rider. Did you say he's from Sardinia, sir?
Yes, exactly. He's from Sardinia, and he's actually here also with some of his friends. I think they're training together. Guys like Ercole, for example. It's this like kind of Italian young rippers coming up talents, and for all of them, it's actually the first time here competing in Vieste. It's kind of a group. Cosmo, Ercole, Fernando training together, traveling together, and they're actually a really nice group, pushing each other, being here together, having some fun.
That's so awesome to see, and it's great to, you do kind of find these like little pockets of windsurfers all across the world, you know, and they do get into these groups and spend time training together, and then it's great to see them eventually kind of building up and being like, you know what, actually let's go to one of the events, and especially if it's in their home country, you know, coming to visit them. As we see Cosmo getting pulled round, what's he got for us? Oh, and the second pop there. Got a bit confused there. I think he wanted the burner and then last minute decided he wanted an air funnel and kind of went round, but still managed to come round it. You can see the takeoff here. It definitely wanted a burner, but it turned into a kind of funnel rotation. So yeah, sadly for Cosmo, I think his first run was his best one, was that one-handed burner, but he can definitely still come away from this and be really, really proud of his performance.
Definitely, yeah, I agree. I mean, I think he is actually having a quite good performance, you know. He's not training Tow-In a lot. I think it was actually one of the first runs here yesterday doing his training runs and the day before. So I would definitely say that he was still pulling off a very good performance. And I mean, he can just get better. He's so young, you know, so he can build up still a lot. And now, well done, I would say. Well done, Cosmo.
I mean, it's one of those things, you know, I say a lot about heats, but it's also just about, you know, a career in this as well. You know, you've got to start somewhere. You've got to build the house. You've got to build the foundations. And I think in terms of foundations, going out there, every single time, all of his 3 runs, he got out, got all the way around and did a move. You know, his first one, that one-handed burner, landed absolutely perfectly. I'm gonna say he's going to be really, really stoked coming away from this. You know, and getting to mix it up with probably some of the pros that he's been looking up to for quite a while. So, really valiant performance. And speaking of great performances, Elena Dominic doing it for the ladies coming around. Let's see if she's had some tips from the guys on the beach in between her last run and this one. And let's see what she's got for us. Coming around the corner there, you can see the sail really pushing up against her. But it looks like she's holding strong, cutting out away from that white water. You can see the sail really wanting to push her over. As we see her letting go.
let go, and unfortunately no power at the end to just pull it off. But hey, I mean, she was also clearly improving through the 3 rounds, you know, so that's amazing to see. And I mean, it's a new experience for her as well, and we're here to learn, to improve, and yeah, just become the best version of ourselves every day.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better there. You know, she can definitely take some things away from this. She looks like she's a bit frustrated, but I imagine Lisa will have some, and Micah and the rest of the team as well. You know, they'll have some great words of encouragement for her. I think on that one there, she kind of let go, but I think she almost let go too late, and she was getting pulled round like with the white water. You know, so she was still in that like turbulent water, and it was kind of mixing around her fin. She didn't actually quite manage to kind of settle and kind of get onto her toes a bit. Before kind of going for that takeoff. Obviously, the last time she was a bit too on her toes, and that meant she kind of caught the rail when she took off for the funnel. But yeah, it's such a fine line in the tow-in. You know, everything happens so quickly.
Exactly. I think, yeah, she just missed the momentum a little bit, unfortunately. But hey, this is something that with the experience and with more runs, it will come, it will get better. And I'm sure give her another 2-3 events and she will pulling off moves like the other girls. No problem at all. I mean, we're here to learn, we're here to improve, and this is just the beginning for her.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, so much of this is about grassroots, and it's about getting. And there it is. Dudu goes in as well. It looked like he was trying to get into that regular stance. Showing how difficult this is, you know, as we were speaking about. Dudu, such a seasoned professional, you know, within the sport, you know, has been around for quite a long time now, and has all the moves. It is one of the most talented riders on this planet, and even he is going in. There you can see, trying to step round, missed the bootstrap, and jumps over the front.
Yeah, it's just tricky for everyone.
We love to see
it's tricky for everyone. I mean, we clearly see it, that most of the riders, just by getting pulled and speeding up with the jet skis, they actually had some trouble and had some little crashes in between. So it's part of the game, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dudu, you know, currently within that top 3 as well. So what we will see from this, if you're wondering how it works, so this is the qualification round 1. So the top 3 of this qualification round will go into the finals tomorrow. And then we've also got 2 more, you know, qualification rounds as well with some other riders. But yeah, so the top 3 from each will go through into the final that will be happening tomorrow. So yeah, Dudu really wants to put something good and
let me interrupt you quickly, which will be happening tomorrow evening in town of Vieste with an amazing backdrop.
Oh, airball there from Dudu goes in at the end. Not what he wanted. I'd say he wanted to go for the second rotation. But yeah, Greta, as you said, really, really excited for that. So we will be doing the finals. We did a practice kind of like one for a little kind of promotional video last year where you guys went into the old town, didn't you? And, you know, it's like these beautiful old sort of Italian you know, houses and walls going straight down into the harbour, and it was a great kind of arena for towing. So that will be happening tomorrow evening. So yeah, whatever your Saturday plans are, cancel them because you're going to want to be here for that. But in the meantime, we are in the qualification round. Dudu with that real nice air bob. He got a bit greedy there, Greta. He shouldn't have gone for the second rotation. Should have just done the air bob. Yeah.
I also think that. I think he wanted it a little bit too much, a little bit too hard, so which in the end was not really paying off. But let's see once the scores are coming in from the judges. Next up, we have Rafa getting out for his last run of this qualification heat number 1.
Yeah, Rafa getting up, you know, hasn't quite managed to put pen to paper really in this. You know, he seemed like he delivered yesterday in the kind of practice rounds, but he hasn't managed to put it together, and he'll be a bit frustrated with this one. But yeah, currently Lennart, Dudu and Bodhi will be the riders advancing through. But yeah, also there will be a chance for another rider to get through into the final. So the one rider with the highest score out of all the 3 qualification rounds, the one rider with the highest score will finish in the finals as well.
Oh! Okay, he seems okay.
We saw our foot.
What happened there? What happened there? I'm not so sure what exactly happened. So let's maybe have a look at the at the recap. We got a little crash at the end here from Rafa, but I couldn't really understand and see what happened there. I think he got maybe stuck, or let's see.
The nose of his board dug in, and then he kind of went to like compress into his board to take off for like a burner or something, and then his board just got stuck to the water, I think. Yeah, not ideal there for Rafa. Not what he wanted to do. You know, a bit frustrating there, but hopefully he's okay. I think he's all right, isn't he? He looked like he was fine.
I think he's fine. I think he's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, what a bummer for him. Yeah, it's such a bummer, but sometimes, you know, that's also part of competition. You really want it, you have the skills, but being a good windsurfer freestyler is something different than being a good competitor also. So it's really hard sometimes to put everything together, your skills, the right timing, your mindset, and to really show it off in that right moment.
Yeah, exactly. You know, a huge, you know, you probably realistically you're going to lose more competitions than you're going to win. So I think it's important to remember that and take that away. And Rafa should cut himself a bit of slack as well. You know, he hasn't competed for such a long time. You know, it's only really the last you know, few months that he's kind of got fully back into windsurfing and making it a bigger part of his life again. So it's just great to see him here. Oh, as we see Micah Hoofman getting twisted up on a burner there. Looked like she just didn't quite have the right kind of angle for the takeoff there for that burner. You know, kind of brought the sail just way too close into her body there. Oh, again, I think that's a wind angle thing.
I hope her ankles are okay, because she still got stuck until the very end, but I think so. That's always when you're getting stuck like this with your feet in between, you know, it's always a little bit funny, but no, she's fine. It's the most important thing.
Yeah, looks like she's all right. She's up on the board. Yeah. So Micah Hooverman there with her last run. Again, you know, kind of her first run was her best one with that Kulo.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so, you know, as I said, you know, it's like what I said earlier on. Some riders seem to get better as they go on. You know, the first run's okay, second run's good, third run's their best. Other riders do it the opposite way around. So it's almost like they go in really fresh. You know, when you haven't windsurfed for a while and then you go out and you're like, you sail better than you ever have. You know, say you've had a month off. You know, it's like one of those things where you don't overthink anything. And I find sometimes some riders respond like that. Other riders need time on the water to kind of get into it a bit more. As we see Bodie Kemper going down straight away.
What was that? What was that? Yeah, no, true, Sandy. That is really true. Sometimes when you just go out, you have nothing to lose. You just want it. You're relaxed. It's the best session or the best round you have. And then when you maybe overthink a little bit too much and you're too focused, then it can have the opposite effect. So it's, yeah, everyone has its style, everyone has its way, and it's also not always the same for everyone. But yeah, I mean, Bodhi here had a little bit of a shaky start, but we continue straight ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the jet, maybe he just wasn't quite holding onto the handle tight enough, you know, I don't know. But anyway, he's round. He is in that regular stance position. You know, again, quite an analytical windsurfer, Bodhi. You know, he really looks at what everyone else is doing, keeps an eye on what's getting the points, and then he will adjust and do it. So yeah, you can see he looked at what everyone else was doing. Right, actually, the regular stance, people are getting scores for that. You know, he's potentially better at that style of maneuver than like the air funnel burners, the combos. So he's like, right, let's do that. He did an amazing Kulo in the last one. You know, if he can do better than this, I think he'll have his chance to stay in that top three and qualify for tomorrow's final.
Oh, nice one. Double Kulo coming in here.
Nice double Kulo there from Bodhi again. Goes down at the end, but managed to get all the way around the second rotation. So I'm really interested to see whether that will score higher than just one really clean Kulo that he did in the last run. Be interesting to see if he betters his score. There's one. Jumps around the second one. Sail stays out of the water, but just isn't over the board in the last one.
Yeah, also
so yeah,
really
board got a bit stuck in that second
here.
rotation.
Let's see what we get in. I mean, he was definitely coming around the corner on a very bumpy ride. It looked very bumpy, but then he pulled off a nice one.
So I think he has improved on his score, but not enough to change the standing. So I think he had a 6.33 before. I'd have to check. I didn't screenshot or anything, but I'm pretty sure Bodhi has improved on his score. Yes, his score has been improved by 0.017. So yeah, he has improved on his score, kept himself in that top three. Basically, it's Lennart now who's already up in first place. So if George can pull something really great out the bag, he could beat Bodhi and find himself into that top three, but he's going to have to do something pretty amazing. Let's see what Lennart's got. All Lennart has to do is beat himself at the moment. You know, he can just come in. he could come in and do a duck jibe and wave to the crowd, and he will still come through in first place thanks to that air funnel burner. But he is in that regular position. 1 kulo, 2 kulos, goes down in the second one. Oh, he's so much power in his. You could see, all that time in the gym, he's on the Red Bull team, all that time training off the water. Like, look how much power he has.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Athleticism at its finest there. Huge first kulo. Jumps around the second one, but just gets sail. Top of the mast, I think, gets caught in the water. But again, he didn't really need to do anything anyway. That was just for us.
Oh, and let's have a look. Let's have a look quick at the scores. I mean, Leonard, as said, still in first position, and then Bodhi actually moved up into second with 7, with a score of 7. I mean, the judges slightly adjusted, and in third place, we have Mr. Dudu. So yeah, as you say, I mean, everything is still open. Let's see what George is going to pull off, because it still could change something in the top 3. Let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, George here, if he can put something really good down, the pressure is fully on for him. If he can put some moves down, he will get himself up into that third place. But, it's a big score he's got to beat. He's got to do that triple rotation that he's been trying, but he's got to land it. If he lands that triple rotation nicely, I think that could potentially get him up into that third place. But let's wait and see. There does seem to be a bit of bias at the moment with the judges. In a good way, they're trying to encourage progression with the way they're judging, but they do want to see people in that regular stance. They want to see something a bit different rather than just those kind of 3 funnels, one after the other. But equally, that's such a technical maneuver as well, as George has been showing, especially when it's done in that like flacker shaka kind of style. So yeah, let's wait and see what George has got for us.
I mean, everybody wants to place in the final, that's for sure. Final in town, everybody wants to be in.
Absolutely. George with loads of speed there.
Burner
goes down. It's not what he wanted. You see him shaking his head.
I don't think that will be enough. Definitely not.
Nah, he tried to come really far around into the wind. Almost like a kind of like foil style burner. But yeah, not what he wanted. Frustrating for George. I can't see that. I can't see that getting him up into third place. So yeah, it looks like it will be Leonard Neubauer, Bodhi Kempen, and Dudu Levy going through into
the
tomorrow's
first finalists. Exactly. Yeah, exciting one. And we just finished the first heat, first qualification of the Tow-Ins. And maybe let's have a look at some highlights. Oh, yeah.
So this was that first run from Cosmo.
Exactly. That was Cosmo in the very beginning on the Roberto Ricci. I think this was his best run.
Yeah, nice burner there from Cosmo. Really good. Oh, Elena, just on that toe edge there. It's such a classic crash. I'm sure every freestyler out there has had that crash before, and it resonates with them. Dudu here with that really nice air funnel burner.
Super stylish in his red wetsuit.
Yeah, he is very, very red, isn't he? Yeah, nice air funnel burner there from Dudu. Big air funnel into 360 there from Rafa De Vint, but goes down. Just didn't quite manage to get all the way around. Here's the Kulo from Micah. Yeah, nice
That's a
there.
Nice
but
one.
yeah,
very powerful and
yeah,
pretty.
really
That was
nice
a beautiful
Kulo.
one. And
There's the double Kulo.
Bodhi.
That double Kulo, that's what definitely got him up into second place. As I said, I wasn't sure whether that was going to do better than just the 1 Kulo, but I think the judges really liked it. Here's that huge air funnel burner from Leonard Neubauer. That was so sick.
Yeah, including the eye contact with the crowd at the very ending.
Yeah, so that George going down there. This was George's first run. This was like his best one. He just didn't quite manage to find that form again. Really, really difficult. But let's cut to the beach where we will have a little chat to Mr. Leonard Neubauer.
Leonard, congratulations. You're up and go into the finals for tomorrow evening. How was it for you on the water out there?
Yeah, I had a slow start, crashed my first move, and I saw Dudu do a nice air funnel burner, so I was like, okay, maybe I should try another one, which was actually the move that brought me into the lead. It was quite choppy, a little bit windy, but yeah, it was a good qualification. I'm definitely looking forward for tomorrow.
So what is going to be your mission for tomorrow's final in town?
Well, of course, I want to win, but most importantly, have fun and enjoy definitely the scenery around which we're sailing in, which is very special. We don't have this on every event, so it's one of the reasons I come to Vieste, and I'm definitely going to enjoy it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from Mr. Lennart Neubauer there. Yeah, you know, he over the last couple of years, he's just grown so much as a competitor. You know, he really takes it seriously. You know, you see some of the athletes do as well, but I think, you know, Lennart, with that Red Bull sticker on his sail, you know, he's got access to a lot of resources. You know, he spends a lot of time. He was injured for quite a while last year, but, you know, spent a lot of time at their kind of rehab and training facility in Austria, and really kind of getting himself better, you know, both mentally and physically. And it's definitely showing, you know, the start of this year, the event in Cape Town, he put on such an insane performance. So yeah, no, it's great to see Lennart, you know, putting in the work, and it's starting to pay off for him. You know, he had so much success as a junior, and it's great to see him now, you know, mixing up with the rest of the men's fleet, and leading, you know, in to a certain extent. You know, with moves like that air funnel burner, it's no surprise that we're potentially going to see him on a podium. I know every rider there doesn't want to meet him in a heat, that's for sure.
Definitely not, Sandy. Definitely not. I'm back in the house, and yeah, I mean, Lennart, he's looking very forward to the final tomorrow. Every rider wants to be in, obviously, because it's something different, it's something special, it's something we have never done before. And yeah, you know, as you say, Lennart, he's such a professional rider, and have you noticed that there is almost no space in his sail, like where you can properly see the sail? Actually, there are so many stickers in it. It's just so funny because you almost don't recognize the sail anymore. So yeah, that speaks highly about his about his qualities as a rider, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think he's just maximizing every opportunity that he can. You know, windsurfing, it's not the biggest sport in the world. So in order to make a career out of it, you know, you do kind of have to play the game a little bit. And I know there's a lot of people that don't like that. You know, they want to just let their sailing do the talking. But ultimately, you've kind of got to do everything. You've got to let them do all the media opportunities, you know, do all of that sort of stuff. And Lennart's definitely taking all of that very seriously. As we see, I think this is the start of the second qualification round. So as we can see, someone in regular on the hot sails Maui, I think, is that Ercole Rosso Chioso? Greta, maybe you can confirm.
Yes, this is
that one of the young?
Ercole,
yes,
exactly. That's
Ercole. Sorry, I said it wrong. Sorry, I said it wrong.
Excuse me, Sandy. Ercole, exactly. So he's one of the friends of Cosmo, and as said, he's part of this young Italian group, young and upcoming. So let's see what we get from him during the next days. But yeah, anyway, let's
yes,
just
so
make
this
it
is,
clear. Go ahead, Sandy.
Yeah, so as Greta was saying, yeah, so this is actually a practice round. So this is essentially for the you know, what we were talking about in the first qualification round, these kind of younger riders, you know, people first time on two really important things, as well as, you know, holding a competition, is actually giving them the opportunity to practice this, you know, to get used to spending some time in a jersey. And the way we do that is by offering these kind of practice rounds. So in between the qualification, we let these guys, and it's open to anyone who's entered the competition, really. But anyone who wants to get out and practice their tow-in skills, you know, they get this opportunity to do it. So you can see some of the younger riders really taking advantage of that, and we'll jump straight out there. Obviously, the more experienced riders, they'll be quite happy to sit back and relax. You know, they've kind of done their time behind the jet ski. But yeah, these younger riders are really going to be getting into it, and trying to, you know, spend some time getting pulled around.
Exactly. And Sandy, I have with me in the booth one of the judges, Mr. Rafa Cervero. Welcome to the booth.
Hello,
so,
Greta.
Rafa, how was this first run for you now? How did you witness this as a judge?
Well, it was quite amazing. Yeah, we saw some great moves. The condition seems to be a bit tricky because it's a bit windy, as you see, and so it gets a bit choppy.
Yes.
So sometimes that make harder for the rider to be pulled by the tow. But still, I think the guys are performing well, and I think they're also getting used. So we saw some improvement round after round. So I'm sure we're gonna see some good action.
can you give us some insights of the scoring system for the Tow-In, like for all the, for the crowd at home, for the audience at home, to understand a little bit what's important for you guys, what's important for the judges?
Okay, obviously we look for radical moves and spectacular. We want that. Tow-In is all about shows, Sorry, so we just basically want to see some of this one. In this, let's say, just talking about show, we also like to see landed moves or close to landing moves. So it doesn't have to be necessarily a perfectly landed move. If the move is big, if the rider takes the risk of make a combo move or a triple move or double move, you know, we value a little bit of everything. We put everything on the cocktail and we try to find out which is. So you might see that some landed moves are scoring less than some other not landed move, but in the show factor is really important.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been talking about the show factor since the very beginning. Yep. It's part of the Tow-In history, actually.
Correct.
Style and show factor, I mean, that's one of the main ingredients. So what are you actually expecting about the final tomorrow evening?
Well, you know, when we come to the finals, they all get crazy. That is the moment to don't leave anything behind. It's just go and send it one run after other. So let's see, because the conditions can play also a little bit of a role in how it develops. But if we really have like, let's say, flat conditions and they can really get full speed, we're gonna see for sure some big moves.
And now we want to hear some insights. Did you ever try Tow-In?
Yeah, kind of.
What does that mean?
I mean, okay, I'm gonna tell you because I'm just getting older. I feel afraid about nearly.
We want to know the insights. We want to know this now.
We try. There is actually a video still in Facebook. Probably I tried once when it was probably around 2006 or 2000 something like that. And I don't know if you guys remember, but in the beginning when they did it in Poddersdorf, Tonki was sitting on the side of a boat, and he was grabbed from the harness. So they were pulling the boat, and then at some point, I think it was Tom Harman, he was just letting Tonki go and then making a move. That was the very beginning. So I tried to do that, and in the moment I tried a punch, and so but it was 0 win. So I came all the way there, and I nearly killed the driver of the boat.
Oh my god!
So we decided that it was actually my boss at the time. So we decided to don't try again. Say okay, we're not doing that again. It's like okay.
So good memories, I would say, right? And
good.
yeah, some things have changed in the meantime. There was definitely an evolution.
Thanks God. Otherwise, there would be a lot of drivers dead around.
Yeah, cool. Thank you so much, Rafa, and good luck, and all the best for the next upcoming qualification rounds.
Thanks. Keep coming. Bye-bye.
Ciao. Thank you. Oh, my God. Can you believe that, Sandy?
Well, I mean, yeah, I've spent a lot of time talking to Rafa. From my days at working for Club Vas in Greece, Rafa knows a lot of the guys who work there, and I've heard a lot of funny stories of those guys on tour together, and learning all these moves and spending a lot of time practicing all this stuff, and to see it there, it's great to like hear those stories and talk about that, and then see what it's become now. Back then it was like kind of a bit of fun and lessons, whereas now it's like it's a fully established discipline and part of the sport. Even people who don't freestyle or anything like that, say they're at a slalom event. I've seen it at racing and slalom events. If there's a couple of freestylers there and there's not too much wind, then they'll put on a Tow-In show for everyone. It still keeps people hyped up on windsurfing. And I think it's such a great, the discipline itself is such a great ambassador for the sport. And I know that, it has its naysayers and people that say it's not proper windsurfing or anything like that. But I mean, surely it's better than just sitting around talking about it,
Definitely agree completely. I mean, I just love these, let's say, vintage stories like Rafa just told us. I mean, it's so nice to talk about those things from back in the days, let's say, and to see all the evolution there has been afterwards, Also, when I talk to my dad, for example, and he tells me these weird old stories about competition formats back in the days, it just, it just makes my heart warming up because it's so cute and so fun, actually. So, yeah, just great, loving stories like this one. So, while the riders are actually getting warmed up, let's maybe have a look at the qualification round number 2 coming up, see who's in there.
Yeah,
okay.
So we've got Ercole Rosso Chioso. Maybe I said that right. I don't know. But yeah, as
almost.
You said, Greta, one of the almost. We'll get there. Apologies to Ercole. Chioso, sorry. Apologies to Ercole's family who are probably watching here. But yeah, as great to see these kind of younger riders, throughout Italy, and they're all coming over and getting stuck in and getting involved. It's so great to have young riders like Cosmo and Ercole with us. Obviously, Kiri Tode, we don't need to introduce him too much, the 2013 world champion, one of the most windsurfers ever. I'm really glad to have him back at an event. It's so cool to see him back. Lisa Kloster as well. Lisa just going from strength to strength in her career. We always love having her at all the events. She's such a ball of enthusiasm about anything when it comes to windsurfing, and she's got loads of moves. Has spent plenty of time both doing tow-in and normal windsurfing. So yeah, it's going to be great to have Lisa with us. Piero Raudnick as well, young Italian. He's kind of been going from strength to strength, hasn't he, Greta? We've seen him at a few more events over the last couple of years, and definitely kind of leading the charge for that next generation of Italians.
Definitely. And I mean, if I'm also not mistaken, he has been the winner of one of the coaching events also back in Austria, I think last year or 2 years ago even. So we can definitely see that he's getting better and better. And he's also here giving actually a lot of tips and helping out those guys like Ercole and Cosmo and so on. So we can really see this force of community also in here. And then obviously next on the list, we have Mr. Steven van Broekhoven. I mean, also another guy who doesn't really need introduction. It's amazing to have him around. He's coming here since many years already, loving Vieste. It's always good for him to be back, and we will have him also competing in the foil style and also tow-in actually. And yeah, next up on the list, one of the Brouwersdam guys, Mr. Tigo Kort. Tigo is also very, very performing in tow-in actually. He's loving it, enjoying it. And yeah, the Brouwersdam boys, they're just pushing each other to the next levels, and it's never getting boring around them.
Yeah, those guys absolutely they just love it. They're here for every aspect of it, and I always love seeing them. Very sad not to be in Italy, kind of hanging out with them for a bit. Jentel Cares, obviously, just a master of all of it. I'm really excited to see him do some tow-in. Actually, he always brings something a little bit different, and having seen, Dudu going for the no-handed culo, the air funnel burners, things like that, I'm really excited to. Jentel always gets a bit of a fire in his eyes when he sees these guys doing different moves. I think he wants to get involved, so I'm excited to see what he's going to bring it. And then a young undercover, well, not an undercover ripper, but a young up-and-comer, Leander Ham. He's, really, really improved over the last year, and has spent a lot of time out in Bonaire, I believe, landing his first shakas. He's really starting to put together a repertoire of tricks. And it's going to be great to see where he goes. Almost like I don't want to put pressure on him, but it reminds me a little bit of Leonard Neubauer when he was first getting started. When he was first, he was this little kid and learning all these moves, and I feel like Leander is kind of doing the same thing. I think he's coaching from Leonard out in Bonaire as well. So definitely excited to see where Leander goes within the sport.
And I mean, Leander, he's still super young. If I'm not mistaken, he's, what is he, 14, 15, something like this. So huge potential, and very curious to see what he's going to make out of it here on his practice runs still. And yeah, he's just one of those kids who are really, really, really passionate about windsurfing in all its aspect. And it's just amazing to see him on the water and actually seeing how much he improved over the winter, as you just said, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That was Leander just on screen there as we were finishing talking about him. That was him spinning around a nice little funnel there. So yeah, you can see he's really just slowly starting. I swear, like a year ago, maybe a bit longer, like he kind of just learned to spock. Over the last year, he's kind of hitting that point. A lot of freestylers will know. As soon as he gets into that mode of learning a few new moves, he'll just keep learning and just putting loads of moves out on the board. But I think while these guys are practicing, in order to give people an opportunity to go and have a bit of a break, we are going to go on hold for a bit, Greta, aren't we?
Exactly. We're going on hold for about 30 minutes, but please make sure to stay close. Go maybe for little girls, for little boys, get a drink, make yourself comfy, because in 30 minutes you will get some much more action on its way. So see you very soon, and stay tuned, guys.
Awesome. All right, guys. Yeah, see you later on.
All right, and we are back after qualification round 1 of the Tow-In. We have the first 3 riders going into the final tomorrow evening in Vieste town. And actually we are having some training runs for qualification number 2 coming up very, very shortly. And yeah, so far everything is on its line. Make sure to stay online with us to get in some more action this afternoon for Tow-In. Sandy, are you still with me in the house?
I certainly am. Here we go, getting ready for qualification number 2. Yeah, I'm very excited. There are some big names on the list here. I can't wait to get into it. I think it's going to be great.
Exactly. I mean, we have people like Kiri Tode, Lisa Klosters, Steven, Tigo, Yentl. I mean, it's just getting more and more exciting.
Yeah, I'm really excited. So yeah, bring it.
All right, so let's have a look at the second qualification round. Let's have one more time a proper look at the names. So we have Ercole Rosso Chioso, Italian youngster, up and coming local from Sardinia. So he's actually the only, no, we have 2 Italians in this round actually, I can see. So Ercole and Piero. Then as already mentioned, Kiri Tode in this run. It's amazing to have him back on tour actually. Then nobody else than Miss Lisa Kloster. She had amazing start of the season 2024 in Cape Town, and actually an amazing season in 2023. She's loving Tow-In, she's loving the show, so we will get something amazing from her, that's for sure. And then we have Mr. Steven van Broekhoven as well in the house. Looking forward what he's going to offer us. And one of the Brouwersdam guys, Mr. Tigo Kortz. Sandy, are you back with me?
I think so. Can you guys hear me? Is
yes,
all good?
We do. All good.
Awesome. Perfect. Yeah, I'm really excited. Yeah, so you know, we were saying earlier, I'm really excited to see Kiri back on tour, back in a Rash Fest in a competition. You know, that's going to be great. We saw him in a couple of the practice rounds yesterday, and he's still got all the moves. You know, not like he wouldn't have, but yeah, great to see Kiri back on tour. Steven van Broekhoven, he's a funny one with the Tow-In because sometimes he doesn't want to take part. Because obviously, you know, he is one of the older riders on tour. He's done it so much. But also, I think he wants to kind of look after his body a little bit more. Tow-In can be quite difficult on your body. You know, it's pulling you in different directions. You know, it can be quite hard on your ankles. And I think he prefers to save it for the foil style and obviously the fin windsurfing as well. But, you know, great to see him mixing up in the Tow-In as well. Because, you know, I still think back to one of my first events commentating. It was in Austria. And we had a bit of wind and we had a little bit of a ramp. And he did a shove it spock, and it was one of the craziest Tow-In moves I've ever seen. So I'm really excited to see Steven getting stuck in. And then of course all of the other riders, you know, the younger riders coming up through. Lisa Kloster doing it for the ladies. Yeah, it's going to be really great. Yeah, so that's going to be qualification number 2, which we're going to run now.
Exactly, which will be coming up in about more or less 10 minutes. And yeah, let's maybe have a look at the highlights from qualification round 1. Oh yeah, that was Cosmo Pezzetti, one of the other young upcoming Italian riders. He actually had a really good start, but he's also new to Tow-In. So unfortunately, he didn't make it up into the final. Elena doing it also for the girls. She's actually also new to Tow-In, so unfortunately, she had a little bit of a tough time. Didn't advance into the final tomorrow, but still she's here to improve and to get better.
Exactly, and there's that real nice air funnel burner there from Dudu. Air funnel kind of 360 air funnel there from Rafa de Vint, but gets a bit caught. Really nice culo coming in here from Micah Hooverman. Just sort of dips in at the end, but the judges still loved it. As Rafa, one of the judges, said, you know, they want to see a move land. It doesn't have to be landed really clean, but they want to see it, you know, if it was windy, they would have sailed away. And that double culo there, you know, he would have sailed away. It wasn't the cleanest. But speaking of clean, this air funnel burner from Leonard Neubauer, that is the highlight for me so far. Greta, as you said, the extra style points for looking at the crowd on the beach once he'd finished the move.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, do it with style or not at all, right? That's what I would say is the life motto of Leonard and also of many other riders. And as Rafa explained to us, I mean, for the judges, it's very important to see something innovative, to see something different, not daily business, you know? That's what Tow-In is actually for. It gives the riders the place to express themselves with more creativity. So that's what Tow-In is for, to be different, to be, yeah, to show something different and to express themselves with the maximum of creativity and craziness.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Creativity, I think, is such a key word, you know, with freestyle, but especially with the Tow-In as well. You know, letting these riders kind of express themselves and do something a little bit different. You know, that was really something we saw in Geneva last year. You know, all the riders kind of utilizing all the different kind of move categories that the judges and the team have come up with for the Tow-In discipline, and letting that kind of fuel this creativity. And let's try this, or what if I start clue first, or, you know, what if I start sort of back to sail, and all this. It's been really, really interesting to see, and I think we're definitely starting to see that coming in with the Tow-In, and I think we're only going to start seeing more and more variation in the moves, especially when you've got, you know, guys like Steven van Broekhoven and Jentel Kers also mixing it up with a lot of the new guys, you know. They've got so much experience and so much skill on the water, and then mixing that with this new generation that are just trying different things. I think it's the perfect mixing pot for us seeing some innovation within the sport, which is great to see.
Yeah, definitely. Agree, Sandy. And I have a pretty young lady with me in the booth. Welcome, Lisa. It's always nice to have you around. I mean, Miss Smiley, you know, so much positivity. It's always great to see you. So, Lisa, what is your mission for this upcoming Tow-In qualifier?
Maybe one-handed funnel.
Okay.
Yeah, the conditions are pretty difficult today with the wind and the chop, so I'm just gonna try my best.
I mean, you have been training those during winter. Is this your new favorite move now?
The one-handed funnel?
Yes.
No, they are cooler moves. I like a lot of wind, and then I can do some other moves like Skopu or Kono. I like them more.
I would definitely say, I mean, you're definitely one of the shaka queens, you know. Your shakas are just stylish, beautiful, just so nice to watch. Yeah, no,
Thank
it's
you.
true. I mean, Sandy, don't you agree?
Yeah, me and Lisa have had a lot of these conversations, you know, especially when we were out in Cape Town. Lisa, you know, going into it, you know, you said you got the one-handed funnels and stuff. You know, you've got all these different moves. Given that there's a bit of wind out there today, are you kind of tempted to try some Skopus on the Tow-In as well, maybe? Or do you want to kind of just stick to the funnels?
I was thinking about it, but it's still very, very difficult to do these kind of moves in the Tow-In. So maybe if I have the third attempt and I stick the first one really good, maybe then. But otherwise, I can also try to do the one-handed version of the funnel and then maybe a bit higher with the wind, maybe. Yeah, let's see.
I mean, we're looking forward to see whatever you're going to offer us. And I mean, this time you came to Vieste with Elena. So you did a little girls trip out of it. How do you feel about this, seeing more girls this year over here? I mean, you definitely inspired many girls last year, together with with the other girls, Mikey, etc. So how does it feel for you to see actually more new girls, new faces coming over here?
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
I'm also loving it. I'm also loving it.
Yeah, I was hoping for that so long, to see some new faces, and now also my best friend and my best friend from tour, Mikey. It's very nice, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So what is your goal of this Tow-In now? I mean, we know everybody would like to go into the final, to be in the final tomorrow evening in town. What are you planning ahead? What do you think you will go for now?
I mean, it's definitely difficult with the boys to compete with them, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna have fun. I can't do more than try my best and enjoy the weather and the scenery while doing the Tow-In run, maybe.
Exactly. I mean, this is the right mindset, you know. We're here to enjoy, to have fun, to improve. And yeah, I mean, you just said it perfectly. So all the best, good luck, and we can't wait to see you on the water.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So let's see. There are like 6 more minutes coming up before we're going into elimination number 2, qualifier of the Tow-In. I mean, before, we have to say that there is a beautiful beach crowd over here, Right now, everyone is having, I think, a little lunch break, as we can see from the drone shots. But when the first qualification round was going off, there were definitely some people at the beach cheering, crowding, and this is actually one of the things that, yeah, attracts Tow-In and makes Tow-In so amazing. This show effect and this interaction with the crowd, and yeah, just people enjoying the show and enjoying that something is happening and seeing one of the coolest sides of windsurfing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's like what I was saying earlier. You know, it's better than sitting around and just talking. You know, it provides something actually real on the beach. You know, ultimately, one of the big things that we want to do is create more around the sport and showcase how great it is and how good it is. And do that, you know, it is by doing tricks. You know, it draws the crowd in, even if it's so complicated and technical. You know, things like a double culo, anything like or whatever, you know, anyone can watch it and they'll still think it's really cool. You know, anytime I've shown friends or people who don't windsurf, you know, Tow-In or just freestyle in general, you know, I've never heard them be like, well, that I don't really like that. That doesn't, you know, they always think it looks great. So it's, as I said, you know, the discipline itself is such a great ambassador for the sport. And then actually just coming in, I think we just had the news there. You know, what I was saying earlier, Stephen sometimes doesn't like to get involved in the Tow-In. I think that is the case. Sadly, I was very excited. You know, I wanted to see another one of those shove at Spox. But yeah, I don't think he is going to be getting involved in the Tow-In. I think with the forecast for this weekend coming up, he's going to save himself for the foil style and the freestyle, hopefully on Sunday. That forecast is just getting better and better. But there are still plenty of riders getting out there on the water. You know, younger rippers, but also, you know, some old faces that we haven't seen on tour for. Yeah, I'm very excited to see the guys get out there.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's a bummer that we don't see him. Definitely, that's for sure. I'm sure that some of the other riders who are actually in qualification round 2, they might be very happy right now. They're like, yes, one less guy to take down, especially if it's a name like Steven. But yeah, I mean, we obviously respect every decision, and we will get, as you say, the conditions are just getting better and better. The forecast for Sunday, hopefully getting in some freestyle. So he's definitely saving his forces and his energies and leaves the Tow-In to the younger ones. All right, so said this, let's have a look at some more highlights from day number 2. Buongiorno everyone and welcome to day number 2 here in beautiful and today also sunny Vieste. The wind is still a little bit light, but everything is on its way for foil style. First elimination coming up, Tigo versus Dudu. The riders tried their best and we saw some moves going down.
It looked a bit better than it actually was. It's still quite light, the wind. I was on 5.2. Managed to catch a few gusts, do some moves, but I think it's just not enough yet to compete.
The riders did their best and we saw some moves going down, but unfortunately the wind was just not enough, which didn't allow us to go through the elimination ladders.
Oh, it's unfortunately too light to do freestyle. We had a bit of fun cruising around, but it's a pity to not have enough wind, but we stay focused and motivated to get some more wind in the next day.
Yeah, my name is Bodie Kemper. I'm competing in the foil style, the freestyle and the Tow-In. Just had a test run on the foil style, but just a bit too light unfortunately, but it was still fun.
Yeah, you can train your pumping, that's for sure. You can fine-tune your technique on the pumping, and we're going to be ready whenever.
With the waiting game being on, we were looking forward to getting the Tow-In qualification started. Unfortunately, due to some technical difficulties, we were unable to get the Tow-In qualifier started, but the riders still got some training runs.
Welcome guys, today was a great day in Vieste. Whew. I just came back from Tow-In run. I have to catch my breath a little bit with this one. In the morning we had the foil style session, it was amazing. Those guys ripped it up on the foil. It's a new discipline, it's a new sport, it's a game changer, let's go.
Tomorrow is going to be the last light wind day, and we're looking forward to finish all 3 qualifiers for the big final, Tow-In final on Saturday in town. Stay tuned to our live stream so you don't miss any of the action.
What a great day that looked like out there. Yeah, frustratingly no kind of big action going on, but still beautiful to be. Still great to be out here in beautiful Vieste. Great to have a bit of conditions, at least just for the tow-in. But as we said, it is looking promising for the weekend, especially Sunday. That prevailing wind direction has really started to come through. It's looking a little bit cloudy, which is the only thing, but hopefully that cloud will clear and we'll get that nice thermal wind filling in. May even be able to get some fin windsurfing, but definitely we should be able to get the foil style. Obviously, we can run that in much less wind, kind of 11 knots and above, really. We can be doing some epic foil style. It's crazy how early the guys can get going. But today is all about the tow-in. As we go into qualification round 2, and then we'll be going into qualification round 3 after that. I believe we're going to do all of it today, and then tomorrow evening will be all about the finals. Hopefully tomorrow during the day we'll be able to run some foil style. But again, forecast is looking a little bit funky for that. But plan is to do all of the tow-in qualifications today. So whatever work you're doing, anything like that, put it down. It can wait and save it. And let's go to Greta, who is on the beach with Kiri Toad.
Kiri, it's so nice. We're very happy to have you back on tour. What is your mission? What is your goal for this upcoming tow-in now?
Yeah, and now I'm going to take it a little easy because it's like 3 best guys in the group. Steven is not doing, but the small guys is also good. No, but for the final, if I pass and then I go a bit more crazy, I just want to be safe and get some scores. And for the final, we go full power.
That's actually a very good tactic, like building it up step by step and then going full power by the end. How is it for you actually to be back here on tour, to be in Vieste?
It's so amazing. It's fun. A lot of youth, new faces in the sport. So I'm really, really happy and excited to be a part of. For sure.
I mean, we're happy that you're part of it, that you're back with us. And how does it feel for you to be watching like the first round already, which was taking place? And what do you take out of inspiration, or what is there that we can learn from the others actually?
Yeah, I think you have to be consistent, I can see. So you can go high, do crazy moves, but you have to land dry and try to stay on top of the board as long as you can. So that's what I saw in the first round.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Good luck, Kiri. All the best, and we can't wait to see you on the water.
Yeah, thank you. See the action.
Ciao.
To hear, Kiri was on tour for such a long time and such a huge part of the sport, and still is. But he's taken a few years out of the competition scene, and to hear him saying, coming back and seeing so many new faces and things, and how that's kind of it inspired him and made him kind of feel pretty great about coming back. It's a really nice thing to hear him say that he's come back and seen that and wants to kind of get back involved again. Really great. But and speaking of that new generation, let's go down to Leander Halm, who is on the beach with Greta.
Leander, you're actually one of the youngest rippers here. Everybody has such a huge respect from you. You're inspiring already all the pros as well. How does it feel for you to be here?
It's so cool being here also with the crowd at the beach. Everyone, also the young people at the beach supporting everyone. That's so cool.
And what can we expect now from the upcoming Tow-In qualifications?
I think I'm gonna go in the first round for funnel or flakker. It's always like the same in tow-in, and then maybe going for some one-handed variations or maybe adding a 360.
Okay, that sounds very exciting. And what is your mission for this upcoming round now? How hot are you to be in the final tomorrow?
Maybe. I don't know. I think it's not enough for the final because we've got so many very strong riders like Kiri or Jentel in my group. But it's gonna be I'm the tow-in so much, and it's so cool being on the water, getting pulled by the jet ski, and I think that's the main thing for me.
Ah, that sounds amazing, actually. So would you say that Tow-In is actually your favorite freestyle discipline?
No, I won't say that, but like I like the freestyle as well, like the normal freestyle with the wind, it's definitely better. But like here, if we get like a very less wind, like today, the Tow-In is definitely a good alternative.
Definitely. And one last thing we want to know, what is your favorite freestyle move?
My favorite freestyle move, I would maybe say in the flat water, the no-handed spark.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good luck. We can't wait to see you ripping.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Great to hear from Leander there. Yeah, one of the kind of younger guys, up and coming. I think he's only 14 years old, has spent a lot of time in Bonaire over the last kind of year, few months, getting some, I believe he was getting some kind of one-to-one personal coaching with Leonard Neubauer as well, really getting into it. And he's at that point in his career where he's just going to start learning so many moves. He's been able to do the kind of spocks and stuff for a little while. Over the last year, he's suddenly learned like 4 or 5 moves, and they're all kind of like foundation moves that are going to lead into him learning a lot of different stuff. So I'm really excited to see where Leander's career goes. And yeah, going into the Tow-In as well, he seemed pretty chilled about it. He's like, realistically, the moves I've got, they're not necessarily going to get me through to the final. He's here and he's getting involved and he's mixing it up, with all the other pros and probably guys that he's been looking up to, especially like Yentl, Leonard Neubauer, Dudu, all these guys. It's got to be a really exciting time for him. And yeah, really, really great to hear that he's excited to get stuck in. And the way he's talking as well, he's like, right, well, he's already talking like a seasoned competitor. He's like, cool, right, first run, I'm just going to do a funnel. Second run, maybe start trying to take a hand off, do something a bit interesting. Third run, yeah, maybe I'll try and add a 360 onto it. Like funnel 360, double funnel, that kind of thing. So he's building the house. Regular watchers will know that's what I'm all about when it comes to putting a heat together. So yeah, it's going to be really, really good. And so I think this is the first move from the first rider for qualification number 2. That is Hercule, and that was a nice little funnel there from Hercule. And we can see that is Kiri Toad on your screens on the blue gun sail Futurefly boards, and he is up for his first run of this second qualification round of the Tow-In. So it is the top 3 riders from this will be advancing through into tomorrow's final. Kiri Toad, we haven't seen him in a competition jersey for a while. Let's see what he's got. Just a nice burner there. Fully in control. Too easy there. Just whipped round. The thing with Kiri's windsurfing, like you look at it and you're like, I could do that. I reckon I could do that. And you swiftly realise how difficult it truly is. You'd see powering up the sail there. Nice bit of chop. Wow, that was a big burner there. Looks like he's super close to that Fanatic boy there. So yeah, waited for the chop. Jumps round. Lands absolutely perfectly. Yeah, beautiful burner there from Kiri. That is how you start it. So again, probably another perfect example of building that house. He's put the burner down. Right, cool. I've got some points on the board. 6 points straight away for that. So that just goes to show you don't have to do all these crazy, trying to do triple rotations, trying to do something crazy. Just land a nice, big, clean move, and you're going to get some points on the board. So yeah, Kiri Toad, that's that competition experience from him coming into play there. 6 points for Kiri. Hercule with 3 points with that funnel. Good to get started. I believe this is Leander going up. So just had a chat to Greta about what he's going to do. Let's see if he can put pen to paper and get some points on the board. He said he was going to start off with a funnel. We actually, in the practice rounds on the stream, if you were paying attention earlier, you will have seen him. He already pulled off a nice little funnel as well. So yeah, let's see what he's got for us. So again, looks like he is opting to go round the other way. So same way as George Grisley earlier on, you can see he is opting to go kind of right foot forwards. So the wind won't be necessarily on his side. The wind won't be pushing against the sail. So that makes things harder if you want to do these kind of funnel rotations, but it probably will look a bit more like a flacker. So rather than throwing the sail forwards, you've got to kind of throw it a bit more across you. And as we see there, yeah, threw it across him, but just got a bit caught in the water at the end there. Almost looked like he needed a little bit more speed, but got all the way around the rotation. He'll put some points on the board. Really impressive for Leander there. So next up, you can see getting in the water there with the hot is Piero Routnik. Let's see what Piero has got for us. So yeah, Piero there, he's one of the rookies on tour over the last couple of years, really getting into it, and it just is showing improvement year on year, both in his sailing, but also like his tactics, in heats and, getting all the moves down, figuring out the right moves to do in order to maximize his heat scores. He's becoming a very, very smart competitor. And he also was the winner of the rookie camp in Austria a couple of years ago as well. So, definitely noticing that, and that's one of the things we're most proud of is the kind of rookie camps that we've run. So the board he's actually on at the moment, he actually won that. JP supporting the tour and offering these boards for the rookies that win these camps. Who show the most improvement. They get to practice heats, they get to practice some tow-in, they get to sit and spend some one-on-one time with some of the world champions that compete with us. And it really is a great way to help foster the improvement of these young riders. As we see Piero, what's he got for us? Goes round the burner, but just doesn't quite manage to finish the rotation. Looked like a bit of a funky one again. Kind of got to take the wind direction into account when there is this kind of breeze. Zooming out there, you can see there's not a huge amount of wind, but there is enough wind for it to disrupt tow-in moves. So when you're classically doing the great apparent wind, so the wind right now would be coming from you guys looking at Piero, but actually it's coming the other way. So going for a burner, it's going to feel a bit more like a ponch, which might look like similar moves, but feel extremely different and are initiated in very different ways. The burner requires the sail to do a lot more of the work, whereas the ponch doesn't necessarily. So kind of makes it turn a little bit weird like that. So hopefully Piero's got some guys on the beach that'll give him some tips and tell him. Lisa Kloster doing it for the ladies. Just had Lisa in the studio, and she was saying she wants to go for something a bit different, but I think she's gonna try and smash out the funnel, the one-handed funnel. That's what she wants to go for. She's got that move down in the wind, but obviously doing it in the tow-in is a bit of a different beast. But let's see what she's got for us. Lisa again going. It looks like they're going to be going around a bit of a different way this time. Yeah, so they're going to cut into the wind now. So adjusting the course ever so slightly. You can see Lisa really trying to stay out away from that white water as she comes around the corner there. It's really pulling her around. Let's see what she's got for us. So letting go. Whoa, big bit of chop there. Knocked her out of her straps. Frustrating one there. Yeah, you can see there is a nice bit of chop to jump off the back of, but almost went a bit too big there, and I think she wasn't expecting it, and that foot just flew straight out. Frustrating one. So you can see here, Let's Go lines it up really nicely, takes off and goes massive, and then back foot came out. Oh, it's frustrating there. If her back foot didn't come out, that would have been fully landed, really sick. Woo, air funnel. Nice there from Lisa Kloster. Remember, this is the first run, guys. So each rider gets 3 attempts. Their best move will count. And then it is the best 3 riders from each qualification that will advance through into tomorrow evening's final. As we've got Tigo, Brouwersdam Rippers. You can see, he's like, right, I want you to go the other way for me, mate. I think that's Andy on the jet ski. Tigo Core is going up. I believe next up after Tigo is Steven van Broekhoven, but I don't think he is actually going to compete. So after Tigo will be Jentel Cares, and then we will be back to the start. It will be up for every single one of the riders' second round. But let's see what Tigo has got for us. So far, Kiri leading with that burner at the start. Beautiful burner, 6 points. Oh, Tigo going straight into regular stance. Tigo's got that culo so down. He can do it any conditions, toe in, even on the foil. He's got that move, so nailed. So I think it's a pretty safe bet for him. And also, as he saw in the previous round, Micah Hooverman, Bodie Kempen as well. 2 fellow Brouwersdam riders. They both got really, really nice scores with the culo. So I think Tigo Court is going to be wanting to replicate that as well. So you can see there, just sitting on his sail, looks so chill there. One hand on it, you see really pushing on it. Let's go. Oh, bit of a wobble. But it doesn't matter. Tigo jumping straight round with that culo. Really nice. Stays on the board. And he will sail away from that. That's really, really impressive there. Bit of a wobble there, but somehow still managed to bring himself round. Okay, so Tigo with that culo. I would say that is going to put him straight up into second, if not first place. Didn't land it as cleanly as the burner from Kiri. See a bit of a wobble there. Manages to settle himself. Pops himself round. Really nice culo there.
That was a very powerful one.
Next up. Yeah, absolutely. That was crazy, wasn't it? And next up, we've got Yentl Cares, a man who needs no introduction. Let's see what he's got for us on the JP Neil Pride, that beautiful purple setup. Yeah, let's see what he's got. I'm gonna say he's gonna start off with the air funnel burner, but let's wait and see what he goes for.
I mean, he just told me that he will take it a little bit easier in the beginning and then go wilder by the end, and especially keep the wildest for the final. You know, that's his theory.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, it's a bit shallow for him to do one of the cannonballs. We don't want to see him hurt himself again.
Exactly.
We don't.
I mean, also because he would be landing at the beach. He would be landing at the beach otherwise,
exactly.
You know.
Yeah, exactly. So there's the air funnel, and there is the burner. So clean there. Nice.
Oh, wow.
And he just dips in at the end, but yeah, kind of jumps back on the board like, no, stay dry.
Exactly. I mean, his hair is still dry, so no, that was a very nice one. I mean, it's not that we're expecting anything less from Yentl, you know, so that one was not very surprising. Really beautiful one. Very clean.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, really nice air funnel burner there. And he's seen, both Lennart and Dudu put up some great scores with that move. So, he'll probably just build the house, as we said. Look to put some points on the board. Solidify himself in that top three so that he can guarantee himself in, and then just look to improve on that. Each time. So next up, we're seeing some signing of shorts there on the beach. Next up, I think it's Ercole again.
Yes, exactly. Ercole's run again. Next up, already second run of qualifying number 2. We're already going into the second run of the rider. And let me tell you, Sandy, there's so cute kids here around, getting different autographs on their helmets and shorts and I don't know, all kind of things. It's really amazing to see the crowd over here. There's always an amazing crowd here in Vieste from all over the world, actually, because it's a holiday season and it's full of kids getting selfies with Lennart and all those guys. So that's pretty amazing, and I think that's also really pushing the guys. It makes them feel good.
Well, absolutely. In the best possible way. It's a nice little ego boost, isn't it? It's as we've said, windsurfing isn't the biggest sport in the world, but I think it's very easy for us to say it's such a small sport, but I think there's a lot more windsurfers out there than you think there is. And I think especially at an event, like this, you do start to see that, there's a lot of people around, a lot of people enjoying the vibe. And they kind of come down and, they want to interact with these riders who they've maybe seen a video of, or maybe they haven't heard of, but then go on Instagram or whatever and find them, and suddenly they become a fan. And that's been such a huge part of our goals as well.
And
that's been such a huge part of our goals as well with the tour.
And I believe, windsurfing, as you say, it is for sure not the biggest sport in the world, but the people who are practicing it, they're 1,000% passionate about it. They really love it, they're really into it, and they're practicing this sport, basically, most of them, their whole life. So this is something that makes it, in my opinion, very, very special, very unique compared to other sports in the world, and it's something very, just something very, very passionate.
Absolutely, yeah. It may be a small sport, but we all absolutely love it. And that's such a great thing to see. And I think it's infectious as well. I think once people start to see it, they're like, oh, well, hang on a minute. These guys all love this. I want to be a part of it too. And I think that's what, where we get, kids like Ercole and all these other, young coming riders. I want to dedicate as much of my time as possible to this sport and getting amongst it, and eventually start coming to events and competing, and maybe now I can get a bit of sponsorship, and cool, and before you know it, you're kind of already in it.
Exactly.
And it's so great to see, and I think that's why so many people watching really resonate with it and really enjoy getting to be a part.
I mean, I always like to say windsurfing, also a bit like surfing, it's a bit like mafia. Once you're in, you're never out, That's what people actually like to say, and that's what I fully agree, because, I mean, let's be honest, Sandy, could you imagine your life without windsurfing? I can't imagine it at all. So, and I think this goes for all the riders here.
No, I mean, definitely not. Getting in the water, getting out there has informed basically every major decision I've made in my life since I was 18. I think a lot of people can agree with that. Where you want to live. Cool, I want to live by the sea so I can get in the water. I want to live somewhere windy. You know, where do I go on holiday? Cool. Well, I'm obviously going windsurfing. You know, my holiday of the year. You know, so it's definitely a big thing, and it's great to see. As we see Ercole coming round, he did the funnel in the last run. What's he got for us this time? Oh, he's gone in.
Unfortunately, he got a crash.
In that white water.
Yeah, unfortunately, he got a crash for us on his second round, which is a bit unfortunate. But there's still one more round to go for him after this one, so let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I imagine, you know, he's probably got in his mind, you know, he's probably got quite a good mindset about it of like, actually, you know, I'm mixing it up with the pros. This is my first event. I just want to enjoy it and get the experience, you know. I think it's really important, you know, when you're first kind of starting like this, is to not go in with kind of too much pressure on yourself. I think it's important to be like, no, I'm just going to enjoy it and take it in and take it as experience. Because I think you can end up putting yourself off quite early on in your career if you start expecting to see all these big results. And hey, of course, I'm all for like, you know, push yourself, you know, get as much as you can, experience as you can, and try as hard as you can. To do your best, like what Lisa was just saying to you in the booth. But I think it's important to manage those expectations and, you know, just try and take everything as experience and try and, dare I say, have fun. Try and enjoy it. That's realistically why we're all on the water. You know, that's why these sports are so different to kind of, you know, competitive sports. This is so much as a lifestyle as it is a sport. So, you know, it's important to make sure you're actually enjoying your time in a Rash Fest as well as trying to just chase results.
Totally. And I mean, those guys, to be honest, the youngsters, they can only win. They have actually nothing to lose. Starting that fresh, they can only win. And sometimes it's just important to don't stand in your own way. You know what I mean? Sometimes people are just standing in their own way with too high expectations. And yeah, that's not helpful at all. So yeah, we're seeing Kiri coming around the corner. Let's see what we get from him now.
Kiri letting go. There's the burner.
Nice one.
So clean, so clean. Just dips in at the end there. Just kind of came off. But the way he just spun himself around that 360, he just manages to like kick the tail out. It's as if he's not got a fin under his board.
Effortless.
Yeah,
it looked so effortless.
Yeah. I think you were out doing interviews, so you didn't hear it. But the way I described Kiri's windsurfing, you kind of look at it and you're like, that looks. I reckon I could do that. That looks easy.
Yeah.
You know.
So true. You're getting fooled by his talent. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're like, that can't be that hard. That looks super easy. I reckon I could do that. And then you quickly realize it's extremely difficult to do, and he just makes it look so effortless. You said it perfectly. Effortless is the best way to describe it. It's crazy. You know, he's so talented.
Okay, let's have a quick look at the score so far. So we have Lientel sitting in first place. Second place, Kiritotes, and in third position, Tigo. So let's see. I mean, there's still the second round is on its way, so there's still a lot of place for changes. Let's see. It's staying exciting.
Yeah, interesting there, seeing how highly Yentel's air funnel burner was scored. You know, he didn't land the burner the cleanest, you know, but yeah, still managing to put a really impressive score. And then Tigo just with a culo. You know, further showcasing you don't need to do these big, crazy combinations. Just land one move really clean, stomp it, and the judges are going to love it.
Ooh! Leander, unfortunately. Somehow his foot came out of the foot strap, no? While he rotated, actually.
Yeah, I think same kind of thing as what happened to Lisa Kloster there, you know, in her first run. You know, it's so important. You know, especially with the Tow-In, and it's that fine line because you don't want to get stuck in the foot straps, but you need to make sure your feet are fully in there, because if they're not, you are going to find you're going to, you know, it is so different to you know, windsurfing in the wind where kind of the sail has all this pressure. You need to make sure that you've, you know, got those feet right in. You don't want to be flying out, especially that back strap on the kind of funnel things. Yeah, but it's just an unlucky one. You know, again, putting it down to experience. You know, Leandro kind of tight. I know I need to do. He seems quite self-aware. You know, talking to him earlier. I feel like he knows he's not stupid. He knows what's going on. He knows what he needs to do, and that's really great to see at such a young age as well. You know, he seems like he's really analysing his performance and what he needs to be doing. Which is
he has a great mindset. I feel like, you know, like a really, as you say, a really clear, authentic mindset and realizing what's going on and what his strengths are. So no, he seems really mature to me, you know, also for his age.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and speaking of that as well, Piero Rautnik as well is, he's kind of on the next rung up from where Leander is, as we see him coming round in red. Has he got the culo? Yes, he does.
Nice
Nice
one.
culo there.
Nice culo from Piero, actually. Very nice one. That one was very clean as well.
Yeah, kind of kept going afterwards. Just sort of jumped round, leapt over sail. Sail didn't really move. It's kind of cool little style on it. But yeah, kind of went in as he tried to flip the sail at the end. But I think the judges are definitely going to like that. The culo seems to be the move. In the tow-in that people are really that the judges are really responding to, which is really interesting. And I think a lot of the riders are starting to kind of pay attention to that and realise. It looks like the wind has dropped, Greta, out there. I mean, I can still see the flags moving, but I feel like it was definitely a bit windier during the first qualification. Would you say that's true, or do you think the wind is kind of the same?
No, it's true. I would definitely agree. I mean, there's still a little breeze out there, but it's definitely not like it's been before, and especially not how it's been this morning. So the wind has definitely dropped, and yeah, no, you're right. You see everything correct, Sandy, also from there,
From a long way away, yeah. Well, no, I wonder, that may make the tow-in easier. For especially for the riders the other way, like Lisa Kloster, who we've got here, going right foot forwards. The lighter the wind gets, the less kind of resistance and also chop there's going to be on the water, so it may make things a little bit easier. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Equally, I don't know, on the flip side of it could make things harder, because actually sometimes if the wind's a bit stronger, you kind of know where you're at. Whereas when it's a bit choppier and the wind starts to really die, you're like, hang on a minute, what's going on here? I realise I've just completely contradicted myself there, but it's just interesting to talk about all the different perspectives that the riders may be feeling. As we see Lisa Kloster coming around, what she got for us? Hopefully that one-handed funnel she said she was chasing earlier, hopefully she can line it up with a nice bit of chop, stay in those foot straps.
Ooh,
there it is.
Nice.
Lisa.
Nice girl.
Super clean there.
She's happy. Look at it. I mean, earlier when she was in the booth, she was really concerned about the chop, actually. But I think she managed pretty well. And look how happy she is. She's smiling, and yeah, she made it. Good job, girl.
Yeah, that was such a good one. Yeah, super clean. Boof. Down, keeps going. Just feet straight out the straps to make sure she can confirm. Like, yep, landed that one. That was in good
nice
control.
Pop. Yeah. Great one.
Yeah, really nice there from Lisa. Definitely should be pleased with that one. Yeah, it's really cool.
All right, so next we have Tigo coming up.
Tigo Court
on the starting line, waiting for Anthony to pick him up.
Oh, hang on, it's not Tigo. What's going on? That is it's Ercole again. Maybe Ercole is getting another turn because he fell in. I know some of the riders earlier on had they got like 2 turns, didn't they? Because he kind of fell in on the way round. He's getting his second run, if that makes sense. We'll wait to confirm that, but I would say that's what's happening. Is he's being given a second opportunity? Yeah,
must be, because otherwise normally in the order would have been Tigo right now. But yeah, let's see. Let's
absolutely.
Have a look what Ercole has in his pocket for us.
Yeah, I would say that's the case. I would say he's been he's been given a second shot at his second run because he went in. And I know, like earlier, Elena, when she fell in, she got kind of temped, and they took her back around the course again. Micah Hooverman as well. Dudu fell in, didn't he? So yeah. Whoa! Big air funnel there, just goes down.
Unfortunately,
bit of frustration there from Ercole.
Yeah, I mean, he was going in full power, but unfortunately, came out at the end.
Yeah, it didn't quite work there for him. Yeah, a bit of frustration, but also hopefully, like we were saying earlier, hopefully not too much frustration. Hopefully he can just take it as a bit of a lesson. Yeah, kind of went a bit tweaked there. Almost kind of went. Sail started to go into like a burner rotation. Actually, you want to keep that sail kind of close and start to bring it towards the back of the board as you come round to kind of land that air funnel. But he sort of left it a bit too far forwards.
Yeah, I mean the start looked very good, but then lost it halfway.
So yeah, coming in, it looks like the top 3 has not changed. Yeah, I would say we are correct with what just happened, Greta. I think that was the second run, because we are now seeing Tigo heading back out. So yeah, I think Ercole was given a second opportunity to try that. So yeah, now we are back to normal programming, and it is Tigo Court. going up. And then next up will be Yentel Cares. And then finally, all the riders will go for their third attempt for this second qualification round. Yeah.
So
and then I don't want to be jumping too far ahead, Greta. Yeah, I don't want to jump too far ahead, but there are some big names in the third qualification round as well, the final qualification round of today. I'm very, very excited for that. Bringing it up, we'll get the final 3 riders through into that final. And speaking of getting into that final, Tigo currently is in line for it. Let's see if he can better himself. He's choosing to go around in that kind of starting off in switch, so kind of regular in Tow-In, you would say. So he's facing the sail. So we're going to see a switch rotation, so like an air funnel, a burner, something like that. I'm going to say it's probably going to be like an air funnel.
Sorry, Sandy, to interrupt, but he told me that his favorite move is a Kulo. He would like to go for it. Let's see. Unfortunately crashed at the end.
Yeah, so went down on the 360 after the burner there. Got a bit greedy. Need to just play it safe, I think. Stomp that burner. We saw it with Kiri earlier. Kiri literally just did a single, burner. I'm saying as if the burner's like a plain move, but there's a really nice burner there from Tigo, but just goes down on the 360 at the end.
Yeah.
So frustrating for him. But yeah, I mean, he's still got such a good score with that Kulo. He's still got such a good score with that Kulo from earlier, so I'd say he'll probably still be happy. And next up, we've got Mr. Yentel Cares. Let's see what Yentel's got for us.
Very curious. We're very curious because he said he's building up step by step. Getting crazier with every round. Let's see. So let's have a quick look at the scores so far. Yentel's still sitting in first position. I mean, his heat is coming up now. Kiri is still in second and Tigo still in third. So, still locked there, the first 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting looking at the scores. It's literally like there's 1 point between first and fourth place, like 4.67, 5.67, 6.67, 7.67, between the scores. So it's still pretty close, though. That does mean, there's not a huge amount of room for error for every rider, in terms of getting into that top 3. It's worth noting as well, Greta, that the top 3 riders from each of the 3 qualification rounds will go through into tomorrow's final, and then one other rider. So the rider who has the highest score out of the 3 riders that come in fourth place in each of their qualifications, the rider with the highest score from that will also jump through into the final. So it's really important, even if you think, well, I'm not going to end up in that top 3, it's really important to try and push yourself up as far as you can, because that will still also guarantee you a spot in that final.
Exactly. I mean, this rider will get basically position number 10 for the final. So, and Yentel goes for it. Ooh, look at that. Oh, my God.
Nice.
Yentel doing Yentel things.
That was crazy air funnel burner there from Yentel Cares. That may be the best one we've seen all day. That was maybe better than Leonard Neubauer's. They've got such a different style on them. Leonard's ones are like, a bit more torque, but Yentel's just so in control, so floaty. Look
he's
jumping
still
into
standing.
the burner, so much style.
He's still standing, completely dry, didn't even get 1 drop of water on his head, and even a little hand move Italian way at the end, to top it up.
He wants to do it for the locals.
Well, he wants to do it for the locals, and Yentel is also now half Italian, I would say, I mean, he's partially living in Italy, in Lake Como. He's really much in Italian now. I mean, having an Italian girlfriend, spending so much time in Italy, he's definitely considered now half Italian.
You guys have welcomed him in. And speaking of Italians there, we've got Ercole, one of the young Italian rippers coming up. This is his 3rd run of the day. Started off really well. 2nd run didn't quite manage to, pull out the bag. Again, it could be like a mindset thing. Once you crash once, you're like, oh, how do I get out of this? And it's really important as a competitor to be able to pull yourself out of that and get it back into a positive mindset. And hopefully he can do that on his 3rd run. Equally, first event, just try and enjoy it. As we see him coming round, what's he got?
Oh, yeah.
A nice funnel there from Ercole, and he will come round. Perfect.
Nice.
Fully lands it before dipping in.
I'm happy
for him. That's a great way
him.
for him to end it there.
I think
Me
this
too.
was his
That's
best
really
round.
Cool. I think so too. Yeah, the first one was potentially like a bigger funnel, but he definitely didn't land it as cleanly as there. He kind of came all the way around the 540. Really, he'd be really pleased with that one.
Yeah, clear improvement. He had a very nice pop actually, landed it clean, nice. Very happy for him. So a lot of improvement already for this guy within 3 rounds, you know.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you the Tow-In, like you can. There is a lot of improvement. You know, every rider. That's why we do these kind of practice sessions in between the qualification rounds, so that these younger riders can spend a bit of time. And within 5, 6 runs of them doing it, they kind of have figured it out, and they can start really trying to push. Looking at the scores there, Jentel Kers going up to 8.33, highest score that we've seen today so far with that air funnel burner. So yeah, Kiri's got his work cut out for him, but realistically, Kiri can, you know, I don't want him to. I want to see something crazy, but he can kind of chill out a bit. You know, he's sitting in second place. He's already got a really good score. You know, he's pretty much guaranteed himself a spot in the final. But hopefully he's going to do something. Let's see. Air funnel burner of his own.
Oh, yeah.
Nice one there.
Nice one.
So like stylish, just so floaty, makes it look so easy. Just sort of goes down at the end, steps off the board. But yeah, really, really nice air funnel burner there from Kiri. Let's see that again.
The replay. Yeah, I mean, I can just repeat myself. It looks just so effortless, you know. He's also one of the riders. He's doing a move, and his face is not changing. It still looks the same relaxed, you know, because there are some riders where sometimes you really get some funny, very concentrated faces and so on. But Kiri is just as if it would nothing would be happening. So that's great.
Yeah, exactly. He looked so chill throughout the whole thing. You know, it's really, really great to see. And that burner, he like almost did the kind of stalled for a second and was like, do you know what? I might as well do a burner here. Did the burner and then just jumped straight round it. Yeah, I'd be really interested to see the scores there and how that differentiates between his one and then, of course, Jentel's one the run before. Jentel's, I would say, probably was better. Just waiting for the scores to come through. For Kiri's final round, as we see Leander Halm up for his third run of the day, last run of the day. Let's see how he gets on. Final round as well.
It's a bummer for Leander because I have the feeling he was not really able to show his proper potential and what he's actually really having under his belt, you know. So let's see, maybe the final round, all good things are three, maybe we get it now.
Yes, exactly. Oh, just goes down there.
Oh,
I
no,
just got a bit
poor
stuck.
Leander.
Oh, come on. Yeah, a bit of frustration there.
Yeah,
you can see there, that was actually a really good view. Like there is quite a bit of chop there. It's almost like there's a bit of a sandbar there, isn't there, Greta? And there's like almost like a couple of tiny little sort of waves coming through.
I mean, there definitely is this kind of little sandbank, like I would say 5 to 10 meters away from the beach, which, I mean, also the guys for foil style, they really need to be careful because suddenly it gets very, very shallow. And we already saw some foils landing on the sandbank. And I mean, we all know what that could mean potentially. So that's definitely something to avoid here, this little sandbank. I mean, it's nice to get in and have it a little bit shallow. But for these things, the sandbank is not very ideal.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking that earlier when we had Rafa de Vee sort of flew straight out the front door, dug his nose in and landed there. You know, from the drone view, it does look very shallow. And I was able to see his head. But, you know, I think, yeah, ultimately he was absolutely fine. It's probably a lot deeper than you think it is. But, yeah, especially if you've got a foil under your board, you need to be careful. As we see Piero Raupnik, one of our rookies, you know, won the kind of rookie of the year, you know, won the board that he has underneath his feet right now. Let's see what he's got for us on his third round. He's done really well so far. You know, currently sitting in fourth place for this. So, yeah, if he can put in a good score, he'll definitely see potential to get into that final for tomorrow.
Oh, unfortunately, he goes down at the end. I think that can be tight for Piero going into the final. I think that's not really possible for him at this moment.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Piero there. You know, a bit of a shame. Maybe I spoke too soon. But yeah, just didn't quite get the kind of, you know, pop he wanted really. Yeah, you know, I'd say, you know, he already did the burner. Kind of got a cool little bit of like stall as he jumped into that though. But yeah, you know, didn't quite manage to land it. I would be surprised if that changes his score. You know, previously he did a really nice culo in his second run. Lisa Kloster. So she's in a really nice funnel. You know, maybe she needs to do something a little bit different. Let's wait and see what she's got.
Yeah, I would guess so. I think so. I mean, she got that one nice in the last round, so I guess she will go for something different. Definitely. But yeah, it's cool to see her going out with the smile, enjoying. So that's almost, you know, half of the inspiration out of it.
100%. You know, that's why Lisa's been such a great ambassador for the sport, but also for the tour. You know, she's very consistent with like coming to all the events. You know, she was at the event in Cape Town earlier in the year, and she, you know, won that. You know, just put in such an amazing performance, and you know, to see her, you know, coming to events and kind of encouraging the other girls to come along as well. She's a great ambassador for the sport, and let's see what she's got for us on her third and final run of this Tow-In Qualification. Spock! Oh, just didn't get the pop. Didn't get the pop.
I
Frustrating there for Lisa.
Unfortunately, it didn't really work out the way she wanted, but she gave it a good go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, didn't quite get what she wanted, but yeah. Still good, and yeah, you know, she put in such a great performance in her second one, so she can definitely kind of leave this and be proud of it. And as she said, you know, it's so difficult to be kind of in a mixed fleet and competing, you know, with everyone. So all she wants to do is kind of go out and try and enjoy it, really. And I think she's definitely doing that.
For sure.
All right, Tigo Core.
Tigo coming up next. Let's see what we get from him now in his final round. I mean, Tigo, I have to say, I also really like Tigo's style. The things he does, they're always super techy, super clean. So, yeah, he also has his own style, actually. I don't know, I cannot really compare it to anyone else. It's really his own thing. And, yeah, let's see if we get one more cool or something like this. I mean, that's his favorite move. Let's see if we get that one.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that's a really good point. You know, he does very much have his own style. Like, he's what I would call a stomper. Like, he stomps moves. He just lands them, bang. You know, he really does. And I think you're absolutely right. I think we are going to see another, can already see he's getting into that kind of regular stance position. So, yeah, looking really twisted up and not very comfortable, but, you know, a great way to get started and, yeah, get himself into that position. Maybe a Kulo or an air bob. You know, we haven't really seen, we saw one air bob earlier from Dudu, but he didn't quite manage to land it. The judges love an air bob. I love an air bob. Make air bobs great again.
Everybody loves the air bobs.
I want to see. Everyone loves an air bob. So, yeah, I'd quite like to see him do that. But, yeah, let's wait and see what he's got as we see him coming around. It looks like he's got loads of speed. Yeah, find a nice bit of chop. Here we go.
Oh,
Kulo.
wow.
And goes down.
Goes down at the end. I think the one from round 2 was definitely better. And, yeah, I don't think that will change much about his scoring, actually.
No, I would say the first Kulo he did was better than that. His second run with that burner, you know, he didn't quite manage to come around. I don't think that really changed his score. So, yeah. Again, you know, it's what we were talking about earlier. Sometimes I feel some riders, their first run is the best. You know, they're not overthinking anything. They're just getting out there. And then, yeah, it just sort of works for them. And then by the time they get to the second or third run, they're kind of thinking, well, what could I do? How could I get better? And sometimes that leads to kind of overthinking. And then nothing quite works out for you. So, yeah, I think it's really interesting. Some riders, you know, just get better and better. Some riders, you know, straight away, they perform really well and then kind of almost get worse. As they overthink it. But one rider that never gets worse is Jens Cares. He's only
like
got
wine.
better throughout this.
Just like wine, you know, just better with the time and just improving. Exactly. Just like fine wine.
Indeed.
Right,
and there we are. We're seeing regular. He's stepped into regular as well. So, yeah, I think we're going to see like a double Kulo, air bob Kulo. Please do an air bob Kulo. Let's wait and see what he's got for us. Let's wait and see. Yeah. I think, yeah, you're right. Trying something different.
Jentl is the last rider of qualification round 2. Exciting.
Yes. So let's see what he's got for us. In that regular stance, he's already basically guaranteed his spot into the final. Let's see. Let it go. 1 Kulo. 2 Kulo. The sail gets stuck. But he stays absolutely dry. Making sure everyone knows.
Yeah, and as said, it's quite bumpy. It's quite bumpy. I mean, Jentl just showed with his hand. It's super bumpy. We can see when the riders are coming in, full speed getting pulled. You can see that it's definitely a bumpy ride, and Jentl just confirmed it. But yeah, other than that, I think that was it for qualification round number 2. Let's have a look at the scores in a couple of seconds as soon as it's showing up. And I think we remain more or less the same as we did before. I think the first 3 places are pretty much safe who will be advancing into the final.
I think so, yeah. I think it is going to be Yento Cares, Kiri Toad and Tigo Court will be advancing through into that final. Yeah, just taking a look at the scores now.
Exactly.
Really,
yeah,
people's scores just haven't really changed.
No.
Yeah, I mean, what? Piero was pretty close there to Tigo, though. That was really impressive. You know, only just over half a point off. You know, going through into that final. So that sets him up well for potentially getting through. You know, as the highest placed 4th rider. Let's take a little look at some of the replays from qualification 2.
Yeah, let's have one more look at the replays. Oh yeah, that was Ercole in the very beginning. Opening up the route. Unfortunately, he's not advancing. Kiri, as we just said and repeated over and over, he just makes it look so effortless all the time. And he will be advancing into tomorrow's final. Looking very forward to see him there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then couple of the sort of points for you to go through as we see Piero Rautnik there. Really nice Kulo, you know, put in a really great performance. But currently, you know, 4th place from qualification 1, Micah Hooverman. She has more points than Piero Rautnik. So currently, Micah Hooverman will be the 4th place person that will be going through into the final tomorrow. But let's wait and see. We've still got qualification round 3 to go. But currently, things are looking good for Micah Hooverman to go through into the next round.
I mean, I'm really hoping that we get one of the girls, you know, into the final tomorrow. I mean, everybody deserves it, everybody, that's for sure. But it would be great to have at least one girl into tomorrow's final. Let's see. And then
I completely agree with you. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think it'd be great, you know, especially Micah Hooverman. You know, she's such an amazing ambassador for this sport, and you know, she's such a powerhouse. And if anyone's going to take the fight to the boys, you know, whether it's Tow-In or in the wind, it's definitely Micah Hooverman.
Yes.
So yeah, I think it'd be great to have Micah through. But yeah, you know, she's already got more points than Piero. Piero's had 5 points. So yeah, I think it's going to be really, really interesting to see. So as far as I gather, Greta, I think we are having a bit of a break again before we go into qualification round 3.
Exactly. So guys at home, please make sure to don't go far away because we're continuing very soon with heat number 3 of the qualification round Tow-In. Get some drinks, make yourself comfortable, but don't go too far. We're expecting you to be back anytime soon with qualification Tow-In round number 3 and some more action from Vieste.
Absolutely, guys. And yeah, and don't forget, follow us on Instagram at Freestyle Pro Tour, where you can check out all of the behind the scenes action. Yeah, take it easy, and we will see you very soon for qualification entry.
Buon pomeriggio, good afternoon, and welcome back from Spiaggia Lunga. Here we are with me in the booth, Mr. Dudu Levi.
Ciao, guys.
And also remotely with us in the house, Mr. Sandy Clunas. Sandy, can you hear us?
I certainly can. Hey guys, how you doing? Dudu, good to see you. Good day for you so far.
Yeah, was fun to be in the water finally. I managed to do the foil yesterday. One hit, but I couldn't make it, so it's nice that I also managed to make some tow-in. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's what's actually next on the menu. That's next on the menu. We're here for qualification round number 3 of the Tow-In Qualifications, powered by Ferraro Group, so our local sponsor. Thank you for that. And yeah, I mean, round 1, round 2 is under its belt. We have the first 6 riders going into the final tomorrow, and qualification round number 3 is coming up in about 10 minutes. Excited for that. Dudu, how was it for you earlier on the water?
Yeah, it's super nice. Unfortunately, we don't have the wind, so it's make our life easy with the towing. It's make the surface very flat, and then we can run quite fast, like get a good speed for making moves, and yeah, it's nice. Feels good.
And how excited are you actually? Because you're one of the first finalists going into tomorrow's Tow-In final in Vieste downtown. How excited are you? I mean, last year you have been with us in town as well for this little promo Tow-In show. How excited are you to going to be back tomorrow for that?
Yeah, to be honest, I was looking forward to it. It was with pressure to get to this position because I had also facing good people in Tow-In, and I thought that maybe I will not make it to the final. But yeah, I hope I will make it. I had a small crash, and let's see how it will be tomorrow if I can make it to the final. But last year was amazing to just go and make the Tow-In in town. It's a super unique place. It's also much more flat than here because it's a small bay, and it's just a cinematic area. Like everything you look around looks amazing, and I would like to be there again.
Yeah, definitely sounds good. And in the meantime, we can see on the screen some replays from qualification round 1 and 2. I mean, it's been just amazing, Sandy, right?
Yeah, it's been great to see some of the action so far, and it's great to see, you know, all of the riders and the bit of progression going on. You know, like we're seeing these kind of double power moves now in Tow-In. You know, for a while, Tow-In was literally just like 1, 2, 3. But now, you know, Dudu, one of the riders as well, you know, going first one for the day, going for that air funnel burner. And that's actually proved to be like the winning move, you know, so far. That's through into the finals, and also what got Yentl through in qualification too. Did you have it in your head straight away, Dudu, that was the move you wanted to do? Or were you kind of like, because obviously there was a little bit of wind, wasn't there, as well? So maybe those moves are a bit easier when there's a tiny bit of wind. Or was that something you knew you wanted to do straight away?
When you go like a switch stand, like the normal, for me it's more safe because I know that I can make more speed. It's easier for me, at least for the first, and kind of warm up. Yeah, so I said let's try air funnel. It's the basic to go for me, and if it goes good, I will make it with something more. I was not expect to have air funnel burner because I like before in the warm up I didn't had the double moves, but it's turned into double, so I was fine with it.
Yeah, sounds good. And Duro, talking about great moves, I mean, we saw some epic movies recently from you. Do you want to tell us something about your latest projects? I mean, you're constantly surprising the whole windsurfing world with new amazing videos. Can you please give us some insights? What's coming next, and what about your latest projects?
First of all, thank you. Yeah, I was working quite hard the last year on a project. Basically, the idea was to show my life in Israel. Actually, we also mentioned Vieste in this video because we managed, me and the videographer Julien from France. We managed to also be here both together, and we filmed a few a few scenes with action from here. Yeah. We built this project also from the tour. We work together. As maybe people don't know, or they are know, I work for the FPT with some filming. So I met Julian here on one of the jobs, and we decided that we should do a project together. We build up kind of an idea, and yeah, it's been quite a while. And we start film it exactly last year. It took almost a year to make it as a whole project, and I'm super stoked about it. I hope you watch it, and if not, go and watch it. It's on YouTube. Yeah, it's just to show what windsurf means to me, like how I feel about it, and to show it to the whole world that this sport is amazing.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. And you, Sandy, also, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is something we were talking about earlier, Greta. You know, windsurfing has like every decision I've made in my adult life has been around windsurfing. Like, where am I going to live? What do I want to do as a job? You know, all these things. And I think that really came across in the film you made as well, Dudu. You know, it was really great. Yeah, me and some of my friends watched it, and then also the action clip you put out from your trip to Dakla the other day as well. You know, we really enjoyed some of the combinations in that as well. Yeah, I know it's great to see, and also I think, you know, with social media now and things like that, you know, all we tend to get is these like 30-second clips and things. So it's quite nice to have something that's a bit longer, you know, as well. Obviously, George Grisley also putting out a film, you know, over the winter as well. And it's nice to see Martin as well, Molnar, you know, putting out his film about, you know, his battle with cancer and stuff. It's cool to see these kind of more sort of story-driven projects that have the windsurfing in it as well. It's been really, really great to see. And yeah, Dudu's is obviously one of them as well. So yeah, no, it's really cool to see that longer form media coming back.
Yes, to be honest, this when I was young, it was like kind of what made me want to be a windsurfer as a pro. Like to see those long videos, to see how people take far the sport. For me, it's like it was like the idea behind starting even the projects, like to make the videos quite longer, quite show not just the action, and show also like the fun and who I am.
Yeah, definitely. So talking about this, let's get back to our qualification rounds and let's have a look at qualification round number 2, the highlights, before we're getting into round number 3. I mean, we got some great action over there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see some kind of younger rippers. Obviously, you've got, you know, Dudu, Kiri on screen now, you know, these riders that are so established within the sport, but great to see them kind of mixing it up with some new riders coming onto the scene. And of course the girls, you know, doing it, you know, Lisa Kloster in qualification 2, Leander Halm there on screen, you know, younger guy, I think he's only 14. Yeah, so, you know, to see those guys mixing it up, you know, it's definitely of our sport, and it's really cool to see that, you know, all the pros as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have so many different riders in that qualification, actually. But in general, we have so many different riders here from different ages, nationalities, styles, levels, and unifying that all in one event with these 3 different disciplines. It's just amazing. And I mean, we saw Yentl just doing Yentl things. Obviously, he's one of the guys advancing into the final, blowing our minds once again. And yeah, I mean, we can just say that the skills are higher and higher, getting better and better. And actually, there were some of the riders who got improving after every round. Some others who were actually having their best round in the first round, let's say, best elimination. So yeah, it's really interesting how everyone deals differently with it, how everyone has its own style, and yeah, how everyone just is doing it its own way. And really looking forward to qualification round number 3 to find the last 3 finalists for tomorrow's final. And yeah, can't wait for the action coming up soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And then while we wait.
Ciao guys! Due to the fact that there is no wind today, we made it to beautiful old town of Vieste for some epic Tow-In session. I mean, this is such an incredible place. The guys are getting ready to get in the water. Have a look of such an amazing Tow-In. Tow-In in such an epic place?
Yeah, actually, it's the second time I'm here on the old town, and it's epic. It's like look very unique, and you have like the water straight away on the old town. And the more that you go deep, you more surprised you will be from the scenery you look inside. It's like just look amazing.
I made a combo, I made the triple air funnel. That I love it because it's combo moves and it's my specialty. At home I'm doing this a lot. And I love the feeling of the air funnel.
It's pretty sick because actually when you go around with a jet ski, you get a 360 view of the whole place. And yeah, it's quite magic coming in with full speed and doing a trick. I think it was a little crowd as well.
Yes.
And yeah, it's really cool. Like just not the everyday windsurfing scene that we have. So it's cool to mix it up for sure.
It's just amazing. I mean, the town is beautiful. I'm happy to be here. You get a nice vision when doing the tow-in of the town, yes. Of the lighthouse, the walls, all the houses.
Obviously it's a very different place than what we usually sail, so it's nice to see all the people sort of coming to have a look here. Yes. And yeah, people that maybe would normally never watch windsurfing, so it was a really cool experience.
Yeah, that was epic last year, and I can't wait to repeat that tomorrow even bigger. So yeah, we're just shortly before qualification round number 3 of Tow-In. Let's have a look at the elimination ladders and let's see whose name are in there.
Ooh, it's a big lineup we've got for qualification round 3. Obviously, you know, qualification 1 and 2 were also as well, but this one we've got some heavy hitters there. Starting off, Fivo Supras. He's a bit of a tow-in specialist. In Geneva, you know, we saw him, you know, doing some really radical moves, you know, things we haven't really seen in the tow-in before. And, you know, I spoke to him earlier. I think we're going to see some interesting stuff. I'm going to give anything away, but I'm very excited for that. Jamie Howard from the UK as well. You know, he's performed really well in the tow-in in the past. It's not necessarily a discipline he does all the time, but I've seen him at events, you know, in the UK even last year, and you know he's got such a unique style, especially on things like his burners, that I think fits really well with the tow-in discipline. So very excited to see that. Lucas Stomp, I think that's another young up and comer, a young ripper, perhaps Greta. Don't know if you can confirm.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of the young and upcoming talents over here. So I'm very curious to see what he's able to do in the tow-in today. I saw him doing some practice runs the other 2 days. So let's see what we will get on the menu today. Then obviously we have everybody's darling Sunshine Manolis from Greece. I mean, he's usually into freestyle and doing also the tow-in now here. So good to see him on 2 disciplines. And then we have Sebastian Gux from Germany. He's also a very, very stylish one, being a lot around in the German freestyle community, doing the freestyle battles and so on. So we can definitely expect something stylish from him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, you know, Tim Herdus, Joop Schmidt, and Fernando Sotil, another young, you know, up-and-comer. So yeah, really, really stacked fleet. I think there's going to be a lot of exciting names as we see the first rider taking it to the water. So I think this is Fernando Sotil is, you know, heading up the first time on the Wee One, and I think it's the Challenger sails there. Yeah. So yeah, getting up and going. As you said, Greta, you know, they've been practicing, you know, taking advantage of all the kind of you know, sessions that they can do in between the qualification runs to get them, you know, get them up to speed with it. It looks like the wind has dropped right off. That water's looking a lot glassier than it was before, Greta. So I'd probably help the riders a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the wind almost dropped. But talking to Jentl earlier, he still said that the water was super, super bumpy. I mean, when they get pulled by the jet ski, it was still a bumpy ride and still a little bit of chop out there. So let's see how the riders are handling this, actually. So yeah, let's see what Fernando Sotila is doing, actually.
Yeah, as we see him coming in hot, he's going to start getting pulled out on the whips with the jet ski, pulling out to the side, getting that extra bit of acceleration. You can see it there. Hands go back onto the boom. Oh, goes for the funnel.
Oh, damn. I hope...
Split in half there.
Did he crash onto the boom? Is he okay? I think from here it looked like as he would have... yeah, touched a little bit the boom with his head, but I'm not sure. No, he seems fine. He seems fine.
I think he's okay. I think it's one of those things, and every windsurfer will kind of know this. Like it's always like the really big crashes like that never actually really hurt. It's always those really awkward little crashes where you get sort of tangled up in your gear, and that's when it sort of hurts there. So there, he kind of came out the foot straps and just sort of fell in between the board and the sail. So hopefully he's all right. I mean, it looks quite shallow, but I feel like, yeah, he kind of stood up straight away. I think he's fine. So yeah, hopefully he'll look to improve on that in his next run. But as he came all the way around and got to move, he won't get another try for his first run. So yeah, it'll be straight into the next rider, which is Luca Stomp.
Yeah, Luca Stomp from Curacao. It's amazing to have him here with us, obviously. So let's see what we get from him now.
Absolutely, yeah, Luca, another one of the as you said, Greta, the kind of up and coming rippers. Traveling and just trying to get a bit of competition experience under his belt. So yeah, let's see what Luca has got as we see him coming around. He's at left foot forward, so he does have the wind on his side, like we were saying earlier. So the wind is actually going to be pushing the sail up against him, but that's actually a good thing in the tow-in. You want that kind of apparent wind. So yeah, let's see what he's got for us. See him come around, letting go. Whoa, nice! Sort of like halfway between an air funnel and a burner. You can see him. He wanted it.
He seems happy. He seems very happy. Good start. He seems relaxed. And got also the crowd cheering for that. So I think he must be more relaxed now, having a good start. But you know how the Caribbean boys are, always smiling, always happy. So good to see him like that.
Yeah, it was quite a cool little style on it. It kind of looked like he wanted a burner, but it sort of turned into a bit of an air funnel there. But I actually quite like it'd be interesting to see what the judges score it. Obviously kind of landed it, but not, didn't exactly kind of sail away from it. So, as Rafa said, one of the judges earlier when we had him in the booth, it is making a difference. When you want to actually land that move, land aboard, as Jento was saying. As we see Manolis getting up and going, fellow JP Neil Pride teammate of Jento. Let's see, one of coming from one of the best freestyle spots in the world. Prasanisi and Rhodes. Never been myself, but every time I see Manolis at the events, he's like, "When are you coming? When are you coming down?" It looks like such a great spot. Such a great spot for training. He's a hugely passionate windsurfer. He was in Cape Town for a long time this winter training. Doing the event there as well. So he's always great to have him around at the events and really skilled as well. He's got all the moves. He's absolutely solid. And let's see what he's got for us.
Coming in hot. Let's see, Manolis, what you got for us.
Ooh, ran out of speed a bit there.
Yeah.
He'll just pop round. Wave the hand. Yeah, I don't know why. It looked like he let go a bit too early there, maybe.
I also had that impression.
Got a bit taken up. Yeah, got sort of caught up with the chop a little bit. You can see that just didn't look super comfy. Kind of ran out of speed, but still managed to make the most of it. We're building the house, Greta, aren't we? He's just putting some points on the board.
Exactly, step by step, but still a little hand wave up, at the very end for the crowd. So that's also what the crowd is loving, that little touch of style, personal style. So nice, Manolis.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and next up we've got Guxi, Sebastian Gux. Getting up on the water. I hadn't seen Sebastian sail that much other than on Instagram and things like that. But he was in Cape Town this winter as well, and I was there and I saw him sailing quite a lot on the lake. And he is so stylish. He's got so many moves. So I'm quite excited to see him in the tow and see what he's got. Especially his burners, one-handed burners, which are moves that translate really well into the tow-in. He's got a lot of stees on them. I'm keen to see what he's got for us. He's a little powerhouse.
Yeah, definitely he is. And obviously, honestly, he's pulling out some amazing content on his socials as well. So really stylish, as you say, really high quality. So it's hard to tell what he will offer us right now. It's really hard to tell.
And you can see as well, he's taking a really good line there. He's staying really far away from all the wake of the jet ski. So he's got loads of clean water underneath his fin. He can really carry that speed nicely. He's not stopped too much. As we see him come around, plenty of speed. There's the funnel. I wanted to jump around for the second one again. Just didn't feel like he had quite enough whip there. Almost maybe let go too early. I don't know, maybe the driver needs to sit a bit further out, but it's hard to see from the angles we're looking at here. But definitely not what he would have wanted. I feel like I bigged him up a bit too much there. Maybe I've jinxed it for him. But again, as we said, so this is the best of 3 if you're just joining us. So rider attempts, their best move is the one that will count, and the top 3 riders will be going through into the final.
Exactly, and I mean, this is just the first round. We just got started, so every rider still gets 2 more attempts, so everything is open, everything is open. And then we see Yupi. I mean, look at this hair, look how beautiful. It could be out of a shampoo advert, you know? Getting ready, it's amazing to have him around as always, and I mean, I believe there is no more relaxed person than Yupi, so yeah, cool to have him as always, and let's see what we get. Look at this, he's already getting some styling points for his hair, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and straight into regular stance as well. Yeah, coming round, you know, he's the king of the regular moves. You know, it's rare to see him ever stepping into switch. I mean, he's still got all the switch moves, but yeah, he loves all the kind of regular, you know, the kulos, the air bobs. He's the king of that. Are we going to see an air bob? I want to see an air bob. Please do an air bob. I've been wanting to see one all day. Let's see what he's got for us. He does such sick ones. Here we go. So he's coming in hot. Let's wait. Plenty of speed. Oh, doesn't look like he's too happy with it. Let him go. And Kulo, nice Kulo there.
And a nice hand shaka at the very end. The crowd is loving it, I tell you, Sandy. I can see them cheering here from the beach. And yeah, Yupi is just taking up, breathing in the ambience and the crowd. So yeah, great. Look at that, look at that.
That was so stylish. Wow. You're right about the hair. The hair adds some extra points to it, doesn't it?
Yes, definitely. And I would say also the board short in this case. Also the board short.
Yeah, they are very stylish.
They are. Do it with style or not at all. Okay, next we can see Tim getting ready. Tim Curtis, one from the Brouwersdam boys, giving Anthony, our jet ski driver, some indications. Let's see. I mean, Tim is definitely one of the guys who the other riders are a little bit afraid of, you know, because he's training so much. He's really stylish as well, has his own way of doing things, training a lot in Brouwersdam, and I mean, in foil style, he's just absolutely brilliant. So let's see what we get now in the Tow-In.
Yeah, I mean, Tim's one of those guys. He's such an all-round sailor, you know, whether he's got a foil under his board, he's by a jet ski or a winch, or he's just normal windsurfing. Like, he's just so consistent in all the moves that he's got. So yeah, he could never count him out. You know, we were so impressed with him last year in the foil style, not because we didn't think he was a good sailor or anything, but he was kind of just a bit undercover with how good he was on the foil. And I think that maybe gave him a bit of confidence, and it's just translated through to the rest of his windsurfing. You know, some of the tips he's been out and everything, like, he's just on fire all the time. So yeah, I'm excited to see what Tim's got as we see him coming out. What's he got for us? Nice burner 360 there from Tim.
Oh yeah, look at that, look at that. He was like, I don't want to get wet, I don't want to get wet, I don't want to get wet. Yeah. Holding on until the very end. Yeah, I'm really curious and looking forward to get some scores in to see what the judges are thinking, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was really sick. You know, basically came round and landed it. It's one of those things I think the judges take into account. Obviously, you know, in the Tow-In there isn't the wind, but it's like if there was wind, he'd have landed it really clean. And as you can see, he's been rewarded really nicely for that. 7.67 there, putting him straight up into first place. Back 7.33. That Kulo was so inverted. I love it when they come around the Kulo and like their body's so close to the sail, sort of land, and the sail's already flipped. I think it's such a cool style. Yeah, I'm really excited to see his next move. But next up, first of all, Jamie Howard making his debut onto the water. Let's see what Jamie's got for us. Obviously, I've spent a lot of time with Jamie over the years, and he's just one of those guys, like, just the raw talent coming off him. I'm not saying he hasn't put in the work as well, because he absolutely has, but you know, he's so naturally talented with windsurfing. He just picks things up so quickly and just learns stuff so fast. And you know, I'm sure everyone's seen all the clips he puts up of he just goes massive. He goes so big, especially with his air funnels, things like that. You know, he goes out in mast high waves and is going into switch and things. He makes very difficult conditions look very easy and fun. So let's see if he can translate some of that power into the Tow-In.
Yeah, I wish it for him. I mean, he has been traveling a lot during this winter, and he improved also so much. And yeah, he has his own style, which I really like, actually, personally. And I hope he can translate it now. Woo!
And there's the burner. Nice.
Nice
one.
Just got
a bit caught at the end there. Yeah, really powerful burner, but he definitely wanted the 360 on the end, similar to Tim. You can see he's also a bit of a cat as well. You know, he's a bit of a lighter rider. He you know, we saw it in Geneva last year, didn't we, Greta? Like, he lands everything so clean.
Yeah.
You know, he keeps moving out of it. So there,
exactly.
look,
Also,
yeah, he just wanted that.
Also because of that, he's like a cat, you know, always landing, always wants to stay dry and always landing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and next up we've got Fivos Supras. Yeah, Fivos is a real Tow-In specialist. He always does something different, something a bit exciting. You know, in Geneva, he was going clue first off the wake boat ramp. I'm really excited to see what Fivos has got for us.
I mean, he was definitely surprising everybody in Geneva, and he's a real showmaster as well, we have to say. He loves the show,
yeah.
He's enjoying it, and that's what also the crowd then gets in the end. But for him, you can really feel how much he's enjoying to give a good show to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really good at getting the crowd whipped up, a real showman. So yeah, let's see what he's got for us.
Oh yeah, speeding up. Woo! Look at that. Fivos. Fivos doing Fivos things.
Yeah, absolutely. We had Yentl doing Yentl things, and now we've got Fivos doing Fivos things. That's what we love to see. So just holding it for so long, and there it is, the Air Canabrava. That's what he said he was going to do. Boom. Yeah. Well, it wasn't quite the Air Canabrava, but the Canabrava. Oh, love it. He's so stoked at the end.
Really happy about it. I think he has a good start. Oh my God, it puts him in first position straight away with 8 points. Can you believe that? So yeah, being different really pays off, as the judges said. So first place for Fivos, in second place Joop, and in third place Tim after the first round. I mean, there's still 2 rounds ahead, but so far it's always good to have a proper nice start. And yeah, as you, Sandy, as you like to say, building up the house.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not surprised that Fivos got rewarded so much for that. He landed it completely clean. It's something we haven't really seen that much before. And it just goes to show that you don't need to be doing all these big double rotations, you know, everything like that. Try something new. Try something a bit different. You know, add a Diablo or a Canabrava, you know, where you duck under the clue of the sail. Add that onto a move and the judges are going to enjoy it. You know, ultimately they want to be entertained. You know, that's one of the big things about Tow-In we've been talking about, is it's a show. And in order for it to be a show, it needs to be entertaining, and that's what we want to see. So yeah, I think I'm not surprised that the judges rewarded that. I thought it was great, and it just shows where the innovation of the Tow-In as a discipline is going. So yeah, really exciting to see. As we see Fernando coming round for his second run, he'll be looking to better his last run. Let's see if he can stay in the straps. He's got plenty of speed. What's he got? Whoa! Oh, stayed on the board, but the sail just flopped into the water at the end. That was really cool. It was that halfway between an air funnel and a burner. You know, we've seen that rotation quite a lot, but kind of the sail went a bit horizontal there, so it turned into a burner a bit, even if it wasn't deliberate. Yeah, I really want to see the replay of this. Let's check this out. Nice bit of chop that he goes off.
I mean, we can clearly say that there's a big improvement there, so that's already nice to see.
Oh, for sure.
Nice
Huge
pop.
improvement on the last run. Yeah. Go on. Really nice bit of height there. He'll be really pleased with that. And as you said, you know, even if it may not be getting better than you know, his competitors, ultimately, if it's better than your previous run, then you're making the improvements. And I think when you're at that point, you know, where he is with his career, I think you can definitely be proud and look back and be like, yeah, cool, every run I'm getting better. And ultimately, that's what it's about. So yeah, next up we've got Luca Stomp. So yeah, let's see what Luca's got for us. You know, seemed pretty smiley. He was having a good time in the last run, even though he didn't quite get to showcase what he wanted to. So let's see if he can better it on his second run.
Exactly, speeding it up. Let's see. We're getting in some speed here, going around the corner with Anthony, the jet ski driver. I mean, it still looks bumpy to me, huh? I will ask the riders afterwards, but it is still quite bumpy in my opinion.
I mean, yeah, it definitely looks it. You know, there's a lot of board chatter. You know, the board's definitely bouncing quite a bit under the feet. And I mean, if Yentel Care says it's choppy, then you know it's choppy.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Ooh!
Oh my!
Oh yeah,
That was
Luca.
sick.
That was nice. Also a huge improvement to the first round, for sure.
For sure, that 360 was so sick. It just whipped round. Yeah, let's see that replay.
Woo.
So really nice burner, and then just woof, just spun round that extra 360. That was so sick.
Nice one.
Yeah,
nice one,
love
Luca.
it. Really
that will
nice.
give him for
just
sure
stomped on
some
the
more
back foot.
points.
100%. Yeah, that'll definitely get him up. You know, currently he was sat in last place there. That'll definitely put him right up the rankings. You know, sadly, just was a bit heavy on the back foot as he came around the 360, and I think that maybe cost him the landing. But to get that rotation in, and it was so quick and stylish, I think, yeah, judges are going to enjoy that. As we've seen Manolis getting up and ready, you can see him starting. It's a good insight that you kind of start, and you've got one foot in front of the UJ, and you kind of sit right on your back foot as you get up. And then just slowly getting your feet back in the straps. And actually, once you're in the straps, it's a very secure position to be in. It's that initial learning to get up like that can be quite difficult. It's one of the hardest parts of towing. But yeah, but by no means is it an easy part of windsurfing to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all about having a good start here, to be honest. That's for sure.
100%. Yeah, as we see.
What happened here? I think he lost the rope or something like this.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he came around the corner there, and I don't know, maybe the driver turned a bit too sharply, and it kind of just yanked the rope out of his hands. You know, as I'm saying, it's a secure position. That happens, so maybe I'm lying, but.
Well, normally
but yeah,
you're in a secured position, but still, you never know what can happen. Let's say it like this. But knowing Manolis, he's taking it with philosophy. Getting for his second attempt.
I think he's pretty chilled. So he will get a second attempt. So yeah, exactly as you said, Greta, that's how it works. So given that he didn't make it all the way round, he will get another attempt to go up there. As we see, yeah, Luca Stomp goes straight up into 5th place with 6 points. So not far behind. And actually for 3rd and 4th place, it's currently a tie between Tim Gerdes and Jamie Howard. So both at a 6.67. So that's really interesting because obviously the top 3 will go through into the final, so they're going to be really trying to battle it out to get that in.
Oh yeah, that's a very tight battle. Let's see, because everything is still open, everything is still possible, but both of the riders want it really hard. I know that. So yeah, I mean, have a look at the crowd at the beach, just having a good time, enjoying the show, enjoying the Italian sun and Bella Vita. I mean, it couldn't be any better for a tow-in show, honestly.
No, absolutely not. You know, it looks like pretty dreamy conditions out there. The watercolor's stunning. Yeah, if there was ever a place to fall in practicing some windsurfing, I'd say, yeah, Vieste's about as good as it gets. So as we see, Sebastian Gux just waiting for his turn as Manolis gets up and going for his second attempt on his second run here.
Let's see. Hopefully he gets proper around the corner. Oh, yes. Yeah, you can see it's still bumpy, though.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to say there's definitely still a bit of wobble there. You can see, yeah, it's just sticking a bit too close to the wake of the jet ski. You want to really be cutting out away from it. I heard
but he's okay.
Yeah, we got 2 thumbs up there.
That's always nice to get some thumbs up.
Difficult.
I mean, it's nice to get some thumbs up after a crash, so everyone knows he's okay. But it looked a little bit painful. Damn it! Manolis.
Yeah, we got the thumbs up. He's having a good time. We got smiles. He's going to be annoyed. He's going to be disappointed. But equally, you know, he's probably not got too much pressure on himself with the tow-in. You know, it's kind of part of the fun. It's all about the show. Sebastian Gux coming up next. He'll be looking to improve on just a funnel in the last run. You know, hopefully he's going to want to try and get something better, kind of double pop. I don't know why he didn't go for the burner. He's one of those riders. He's really got those burners down really good. So let's see what he's got. So getting the sail up, straight up, hands on the boom.
Ooh, there was a little bit of a wobbly start as well. But you know, Sandy, in the end, you need to take things with philosophy. It's all about the right philosophy and the right balance in life. And Manolis is definitely one of those taking things with philosophy. And yeah, I'm sure Sebastian as well.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, exactly. There's no point in trying to beat yourself up too much. It's kind of luck of the draw, and obviously, all of these guys are hugely talented and hugely skilled. That's why they're here. But yeah, sometimes it's not your day. Sometimes the conditions don't work out. So much of windsurfing is not in our control. So yeah, you've just got to kind of accept what you can. Oh, it does look bumpy there, though. So much speed.
Oh! Nice one.
That was so sick.
I think that was a little bit unexpected even for himself. He looked very surprised in his face, and he was still standing.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting to still be on the board after that. That was so sick.
That was very
Let's
nice.
see that again. He had so much speed there. You can see there, really got that whip.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, cool. I mean, that was surprising for everyone. So I'm curious about the points in here. I'm very curious about the score, what the judges will give him.
Yeah, for sure. As we see, it looks like we've got Joop Schmidt coming up next. What's he got for us? I'm going to call it he's going to go into regular again. And I think we're going to see double culo or air bob culo. Mainly because I'm manifesting this, Greta. I want to see an air bob. We've seen one today. Dudu did the air bob, but he didn't quite sail away from it. Let's see the air bob. That's what we want to see.
I mean, if there is one guy who can do it, then it's definitely Joopy. The question is just, is it in his mission? Is that what he's aiming for or not? That's the only thing,
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I know. Obviously, is he wanting to play it safe, or is he wanting to, just sort of get stuck into it? But yeah, let's wait and see.
All right, here we go. Joopy is up, getting up some speed with his amazing hair in the wind.
Yeah, it gives him extra. He's extra streamlined with his hair. It gives him that extra whip on all the moves. I think he even said that to me once when we were commentating. So he's actually going around the other way. So yeah, he's not. So he's not in regular. He's staying in switch. So let's wait and see what he's got for us. Oh, it looks like they've got a little bit confused with the run, maybe. No. Yeah. So they're lining up a bit of a different line here, potentially because the wind has changed slightly. So we can see him coming around, loads of speed. There's the burner. Oh my god! Oh,
Opla! Straight on Miles. Straight on Miles. He couldn't see Miles because of his hair, I loved it. Oh my god, that was amazing. Wow, the crowd loved it. Let me tell you, Sandy, the crowd got completely crazy, and yeah, amazing, Joopy. That was a very nice one.
That was crazy. I mean, the pictures from that are going to be amazing. So there's the air funnel. There's the burner right over the photographer. Wow. He traveled so far on that air funnel. Look how far you can see there on that drone shot there. Yeah, he traveled so far.
Amazing. Amazing. I mean, I guess he will be in top 3. I'm sure.
Oh man, that's gonna. We've seen how well the air funnel burner has been scored. Over the last couple of qualification rounds. So yeah, it's not going to surprise me. I don't think Joop's going anywhere. I think he's firmly into that top 3. And interestingly, actually, taking a look at the stats, it looks like the top 4. So the 4th rated, given the scores in this qualification. Taking a look at it, Jamie Howard currently sat in 4th place, or Tim. They're already going to be higher than any of the other riders from qualification 1 and 2. So basically, it will be the top 4 from this that will be going through into the final for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, so let's see what we get from Tim, speeding it up, getting closer to the beach.
Oh, he's got so much speed, just sitting on his sail there. Let's go. And gets caught up on the culo there. It looks like he almost had like too much speed, and they had to kill all the speed, and just waited too long. See, not a very happy face there on Tim.
No, not at all. Yeah, I mean, he was incredibly fast. I mean, poof.
Looked like just a bit of a funky angle to the wind as well. Didn't quite get the pop there needed. Often when you kind of push out with that backhand on a culo, it kind of pings you up into the air and starts the rotation, but didn't really look like he kind of got that whip there. So much you make sure you're right move for at the right angle with the wind, because it does make a big difference. As we see Jamie Howard getting ready, and look, so this is what I'm saying. Look, he's explaining to the driver, like, right, I want you to take me around. I think you got the angle absolutely perfect, and that's why we saw him have so much success. Burner.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. So yeah, Jamie is still explaining to Anthony, the jet ski driver, how it's done. I want it like you, exactly like you. Okay,
yeah.
We have some tourists also crossing the Tow-In area. Maybe it's safer to stay out, but okay.
Yeah, if there was ever a time not to go paddleboarding right in front, then now is not that. Now is that time.
Exactly.
All right. So Jamie Howard up and going, keeping himself right out away from the wake of the jet ski there. Keeping some clean water under his board. That's what you want to do. We saw it. It's taken a few names recently. People crashing as they come round because they kind of get that bit of like spin out. It's already choppy, as Jens said. So Jamie's staying out to the side. Let's see. I think taking a similar line to what Joop did. So you can see the driver's going to start turning in towards the beach. Jamie's going to stay going out that way. Let's go. Burner. Again, it goes down.
But just at the very, very end. Just at the very, very end.
Oh, yeah, no, he completely landed that move for sure. That would definitely count as fully landed and just sort of stepped off, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah. But, but didn't get that 360 on it, which is what he ideally will have wanted. Well, it's a really stylish one, though.
Yeah, was pretty.
But yeah, no, frustrating one there for Jamie. Vivos up next for his second run. Is he going to be able to better the Flaca Canabrava? I don't know. Like that was what he told me he was going to try, and he was like, maybe I'll try on my third run, and he goes and just does it on his first run. So who knows what he's going to do?
Exactly. I mean, let me be honest. It will be obviously hard to beat that one because it's so unique and different. Let's see. But anyway, also with Phoebus, you never know what's going to happen. So let's see. I'm happy.
And look at the scores.
Us.
Yeah, and look at the scores. We've got Joop Schmidt with 9 points for that air funnel burner.
Oh,
that's the highest scoring move we've had of the day.
Yes.
That's the highest score for the day so far. So, yeah, incredible air funnel burner there from Joop Schmidt. So, yeah, for sure. We're seeing some high level action going on here for qualification round 3 as we get towards that final coming up tomorrow.
Okay, Fivos going around the corner, gaining some speed.
Yeah, let's see what he's got. It's impossible for me to tell what he's going to do. I literally couldn't tell you. Like, he's one of
no clue.
I have no idea. I'm going to say a no-handed burner because just for the sake of fun, he's going to do a no-handed burner. Oh, burner!
Oh! Oh God! Yeah,
maybe not no-handed burner.
Spiced up with a little face crash at the end.
Yeah. Burner 2 face plant. Yeah, let's see that one again. He had so much speed. I fully thought he was going to do the no-handed.
Yeah, looked like it.
And then he came round. I don't know what happened. He came out of it with so much speed. Oh, he caught the rail. You can see the toe rail. Bang, boff. Yeah, straight in.
Smiling. I think he was happy that he didn't get the mast on his head because first thing the head came out. Yeah. Okay, and we're already in the last round. So this is the third attempt of the riders coming up of qualification number 3. So we're again, Fernando is next. Fernando Sottile, one of the Italian youngsters coming up. It's his last round. And we could see clearly some improvements via the first 2 laps. So let's see what we get now. I mean, all good things to 3. Maybe this is the very best one coming up now from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what Fernando's got. It's as you said. These younger guys. For me, looking at them, like it's all about just getting that experience and just kind of enjoying being a part of it and trying to take advantage of practicing while you've got access to a jet ski and the whole kind of setup. And it's great to see improvements run by run as we see him coming around. Plenty of speed. Oh, he's maybe a bit too close to the jet ski wake there. You can see how unsettled the water is. Letting go there. Goes for the burner. Oh.
All good. Thumbs up.
He's all good. Great to see him trying it, though. You know, going for the burner. Burners are so scary to try and tow in if you've never done them before. It feels so weird.
I think
There's
he
no
got
power in that
inspired.
sail. You know,
I think he got inspired by the other guys and really wanted to go for it. Like, now or never, it's my third attempt. I will do it all.
100%. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, no, great to see Fernando. Next up, we've got Luca Stomp. Luca with a sick bonus in the last, in his second run. Let's see what he's got for the third one. I'm trying to think what else he could do. You can see as well, everyone all the riders making these weird kind of hand gestures to the driver. You know, just really trying to maximize their chances. I think so far, Yoop is the one that really got it right. You know, trying to keep it in line with the wind direction. So I think they're probably all trying to emulate that and copy that. But yeah, let's see how Luca does.
I mean, Sandy, please don't forget, we're in Italy. It's all about hand gestures, okay? So
yes.
Keep that in mind. Always keep that in mind. You know,
Yes.
It's all about hand gestures. And it's always a better way to explain things.
Makes it easier. You can see he's going around on the other side. There's a lot of interesting ways that a lot of the riders, even though they're doing moves on the same side, they're all kind of choosing to do things going a different way. So it looks like now, is he going to have to cross the wake or is he going to cut out on his heels? So he's going to cut out on his heels and the one-handed burner, nice. But he will just go down at the end. Yeah, that was interesting tactics there, but you know, still managed to get himself around the one-handed burner, not quite matching his second run, but you know, he'll still be pleased with it.
Yeah, he still looks very
Luca
happy.
Looking pretty stoked.
He almost landed on Miles as well.
Yeah, I mean, Miles is putting himself right in the middle of everything today. Nice one-handed burner there, but just goes down. Whoa,
that's a bummer at the end. All right, next up, Manolis. Synchro. Yeah, Manolis. Last round for him, also explaining. Let's see what we get from him now. I mean, at the last round, he had a crash, so hopefully he will be able to finalize this one. Be nice for him.
Yeah. You know, we had a crash first, and then a funnel first, and then a crash the next run. So yeah, he's going to really want to look to put some points on the board because he's definitely a contender to get through tomorrow, but he's just not had the best couple of runs. So yeah, if he can kind of sort himself out and get to the end and go for something, you know, he's got the burners, he's got the air funnels. He could definitely put something together that might put him up into that contention for going through into tomorrow's final.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. I mean, as said, being a good windsurfer is unfortunately something else, and being a good competitor sometimes.
100%.
Oh,
round the burner, but just fell in. I think he's just letting go a bit too early by the looks of it. You know, all the other riders are so close into the beach by the time they've done their move, and it looks like, you know, he hadn't quite finished. The driver had only just gone out on the whip, and you can see. Yeah, look. So he goes round the burner, but I mean, he does a burner, but he just doesn't quite finish it off.
Exactly. It is a burner, still missing a little bit of pop actually in speed, but still, let's see what the scores will say afterwards. Now we have Sebastian Gux getting ready for his final round as well.
Yeah, Sebastian Gux also, you know, hasn't quite managed to find his form. You know, that no-handed burner was so sick, but, you know, the judges do really care about the landing. You know, if the sail had come back up into his hands, oh man, he'd be up in that top three easily. You know, it's not an easy maneuver. It's not one that we've seen that much. And so, you know, we said it earlier with the no-handed culo that Dudu tried. You know, no-handed moves hard in towing because you don't have the wind to bring the sail back into your hands. So if you can stomp one in towing, there's a significant level of skill there, and I think the judges are going to recognize that. So let's see what he's got in his third and final run, and he's sitting in that fifth position. Currently, Tim and Jamie tied at 6.67. So either way, you know, the four of the guys from this will be going through. But will Sebastian be one of them? It all depends on this run.
I mean, honestly, they're all very, very close, huh? Everything is still possible. It's not impossible for him.
100%. Yeah, 100%. You know, all he needs to do is better things ever so slightly. You know, the 6-3-3 for that no-handed burner. If he can do something like that and actually stomp it and land it properly, you know, he's straight up into that final tomorrow. Let's see what he's got. Burner flips the sail.
Oh yes, that one looked very solid, very stable, very solid. Nice one.
Absolutely, yeah. But kind of played, dare I say, sort of played it safe a little bit. You know, keeping both hands on the boom. You know, even just taking one hand off, you know, can really add a bit of extra style, and you'll find yourself, you know, getting through and getting those extra points. But a really nice burner there, flipping the sail, claiming it, one hand off. Yeah, here I am.
I mean, I think he wanted to play it a little bit safe also on this one. He wanted to make sure I get some points instead of risking too much. Because as you say, I mean, there's still the 4th position and he's quite close actually to the other guys. So yeah, I mean, I understand actually what he wanted to make sure, you know.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I think you're definitely right. In his second run, he went wild. He tried something a bit different. So yeah, third run, he's like, you know what, actually, let's do something that I know I can do, and let's see if I can make that work. As we see Joop taking to the war. Joop currently with the highest move score of the day so far, 9 points for that air funnel burner that he managed to do in his second attempt. I'm excited to see what he does for his third one. Are we going to see something crazy? What do you think, Greta? Is he going to go regular or is he going to stay and switch?
I mean, if he's able to beat his own score of 9 points, then chapeau, you know. I mean, I really don't know. I really don't know. I mean, Joop is one of these guys where you also don't know what to expect next. It will be stylish, that's for sure. And I'd like to let myself surprise, you know. So, yeah, let's see. But if he's able to beat that, that would be the highest score. I mean, already now it's the highest score of the day. So let's see if he's even able to beat himself right now.
Well, yeah, exactly. You know, he's kind of at that point where Yentl was earlier. You know, he can kind of just chill out, really. But we've seen he's gone into that regular stance. Am I going to finally see an air bob? Let's wait and see. Really interesting there. He kind of stayed on the inside. But as we see him cutting out, he's going to head out onto the heels. There's the one-handed culo there from you. Hand, smile, hair dry. Awesome there from you.
And throwing
it look too easy.
And throwing a little shaka to the crowds. But I think, yeah, I think my favorite is still round 2. Round 2 was, yeah, unbeatable.
Oh yeah, I mean that air funnel burner was absolutely incredible. Yeah, but I mean one-handed culo, you know, that's still a nice move to see. He's still going to be pretty stoked with that one. Wow, full stretch there. Makes it look so easy as well, doesn't it? It just looks like he's having fun while doing it. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Maybe it sounds silly, but...
No, yeah. Definitely, I agree. I mean, it's something about the Caribbean boys that they make look everything so fun, so chill, so relaxed. It's, I don't know, it must be the Caribbean vibe, the Caribbean DNA that they have inside of them. I don't know what it is, but they're just, yeah, it's all about enjoying and taking it easy and making it look so easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they just, there's just a sense of like fun that I think some other riders don't quite get. I think, yeah, they're right. There is maybe like a Caribbean thing. Even Luca as well, coming from Curacao, you know, he looks super chill. We can see you getting a bit of a round of applause there coming in. He's definitely solidified his position into the finals for tomorrow. As we see Tim Gerdes taking to the water. Tim in contention to be getting through into the final. Him and Jamie Howard currently even. Stevens both at 6.67 points. At this rate, both of them will be going through. But yeah, we'll wait and see. You know, Phoebos currently sat in second as well. So I think these guys are all kind of safe now, realistically. But yeah, it's still interesting to see whether the matchups get changed around.
Yeah, definitely. Getting a lot of speed again, Tim, huh? Ooh! Oh, yes.
That's what we like to see.
Let's have one more look at the
nice
replay.
From Tim. So super nice burner. But again, just didn't quite get the 360, did he? Just sort of got a bit stuck on the end and then goes down. So definitely a better run for him, for the Mikulo in round 2, but still not exactly what he wanted. He's not going to better his score. So Jamie Howard, it's on Jamie now. If Jamie can do it, he will guarantee his place, in that top 3. But equally, given the state of the current points, it looks like it will be the top 4 from this that we'll be going through. As I said, the person in 4th place, the 4th place for each qualification, the one with the highest points will be going through, and already that is Jamie. So yeah, let's wait and see if he can better guarantee his spot. But these guys are basically through. It's a bit of a done deal, dare I say. But yeah, next up, so we've got Jamie Howard going up now, just having a bit of a chat with the jet ski driver, and then we've got Phoebos up next for his final run. The showman, the greatest showman. Let's see what he's got for us after Jamie, of course.
But I mean, did you just see this, Sandy? Tim came off of the water, crossed Jamie, and there were a little fist in between. Good luck, buddy. I mean, it's all about camaraderie, even if they're competitors. So that's amazing to see. That's what it's all about in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said earlier, it's the freestyle family. And as soon as people get on the water, it's like, right, we're competitors. We're competing against each other, and it's me against you. But as soon as people's feet get off a board and they're back on the beach, it's all good vibes, and we're all here for the same reason. Everyone's here to enjoy it. As you see, Jamie, nice. The burner again, but just goes down on the 360. Hasn't managed to be able to kind of stick that move today. Very out of character. I'm going to blame it on the conditions because he's got that move all day, every day when the conditions are right. So yeah, really, really difficult there for Jamie. But still, as I said, I think both him and Tim will be going through into that next round.
Exactly. Nevertheless, he's safe. Ooh. He's fine. So also, if he didn't really manage at the very end, doesn't matter in that case. But now we are having Phoebos coming up. So he's the last rider of qualification round number 3, sitting also very safe, actually. So yeah, I think more or less everything is set for tomorrow's final. But still, let's have a look at Phoebos' last final round. Explain Anthony one more time really how to properly do it.
He must be so bored now of hearing every rider say the same thing to him.
Exactly, that's what I was just thinking, damn. He must be happy when this is done, Everybody telling him how to drive his jet ski. Imagine, that's something really hard for a driver, For someone driving a car or a jet ski or whatever, other people telling you how you have to do it.
Yeah, in the UK we call them backseat drivers. Backseat drivers. Yeah, well, let's wait and see. But yeah, Phoebos coming round. We saw the Flaca Canabrava earlier. That basically just guaranteed his spot in tomorrow's final. But yeah, he went for the burner in the second run. Didn't quite manage to kind of sail away from it properly. Let's see what he's got for us in third and final round. I want to see some innovation. I want to see something fun. Let's see what he's got. Letting go. There's the Scopu.
A Scopu. Nice one.
but just sort of falls the sky at the end there.
Yeah, but still good attempt. He tried something different, what we haven't seen so far today. And yeah, I mean, anyway, Phoebos is safe. He had his very, very special moment in the very beginning. And yeah, we have our finalists for tomorrow. Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So it will be the top 4 from this. Oh,
wow. We have a change in there.
The points have changed. Oh, no. The points have changed
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They changed back.
Yeah. Well, the judges will be editing the scores as it goes. So yeah, it will be Joop Schmidt, Phoebos Supras, Tim Gerdes, and Jamie Howard will be advancing through into tomorrow's final, where they will be joined by Jentel Kers, Tigo Court, Kiri Toad, Leonard Neubauer, Bodie Kempen, and Dudu Levy. So yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
For tomorrow.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
This is so amazing. I mean, it was really, really hard to predict who will be in that final. I mean, obviously there's some big names in there. who are not really surprising to nobody, you know. But still, yeah, amazing. I think we got a very nice mix of riders with different styles. Cool. Okay, let's have a look at the
100%.
highlights.
Replays. Here we go. Let's check out the action.
Oh yeah, Guxi coming in hot.
Yeah, got a bit stuck on that huge culo there from Joop Schmidt there. Joop just did not get his hair wet at all. Big burner, first burner from Jamie Howard. Just kept getting stuck at the end there. Same thing. There's that Canabrava. Oh, that was so
He
sick.
loved it, and the crowd did as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Fernando putting in a really nice performance. Luca here, is this that burner 360? Woo! Just whips that board round the second one. Oh, face plant. Plant. That's what we want to see.
I mean, crashes is also
no-handed
what everybody's enjoying sometimes. You know, we have to say it's also fun for the audience to see that. And I mean, let's be honest, all the finalists, they totally deserve to be in the final tomorrow. They're all there for a reason. They pulled off an amazing show, and yeah, we're just able to put their skills on the plate in the right moment.
100%, yeah, exactly. You know, everyone, you know, they put in such a great performance. You know, that air funnel burner, especially from Joop, that's such a highlight for me today. Like, that's proper like power freestyle being brought into these conditions, and the fact that he basically went over the photographer as well. I already can't wait to see the images that will come out from that. You know, later on today, once Miles goes in and edits all the pictures. I can't wait to see it. I think it's going to be some really cool pictures coming from that. So close, you know, literally went right over his head. He traveled so far on that air funnel. So yeah, but some amazing moves. Yeah, I'm very excited about the final tomorrow. Yeah, big day of more action behind the jet ski. And it's going to be in a beautiful location, isn't it, Greta?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, today has been such an amazing day. I'm very, very happy that we were able to run the free qualifications after yesterday technical issues, but everybody forgot about that already. Let's not mention it anymore. We're heading to final tomorrow to Vieste downtown, Old Town, with an amazing backdrop. And let me tell you, it's one of the most unique places I've actually ever seen for Tow-In, you know. So, I mean, everybody should be very excited for that one, because it's going to be epic, it's going to be different, and it's going to be very, very unique. And we have such an amazing crew of different riders with different styles over there. And, I mean, it can't be anything else than an amazing show. And, yeah, Sandy, we have a guest with us in the booth. Mr. Fivos, welcome to the booth.
Yeah, there he is.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
nice
Fivos,
to be here.
I mean, what a show you pulled off for the crowds. How was it? Honestly, tell us.
Thank you so much. I have so much fun every time doing Tow-In. It's something, yeah, we do it at a lot of events, but you can be creative. You can see what the other guys are doing, or girls, of course, and try to do maybe something different, and sometimes it pays off. Sometimes it's a little bit too risky, but it's all right.
I mean, and what is very unique about you is, you know, there's some of the guys who are just pulling off their maneuver and then that's it. But you are always looking for this eye contact with the crowd. What is going through your mind in that moment? We want to know.
That's what I loved. What I love about Tow-In, because it's a show in the end. We have a competition, of course, but we want to promote windsurfing, to bring windsurfing close to the beach with those nice conditions, for example. No wind, not too much wind, and beautiful weather. And I think it's a nice thing to show that. I mean, I'm super stoked to do it, so why not show it, you know?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we could see the reaction of the crowd, you know. The beach is full of people cheering at you. That also gives you a motivational boost, right?
For sure, for sure. I have fun. I like interacting with the crowd, or yeah, I like the show. What can I say?
What a surprise. We didn't see that at all. Right, Sandy?
Yeah, I mean, Fivos, you know, you tell me before you hit the water, you're like, yeah, I'm going to try the Canabrava. And then I say, I'm going to tell everyone. And you're like, no, I might not try it. Maybe I won't. And then first run, you just absolutely stomp it.
Did you tell anybody?
No, we didn't.
I didn't tell anyone. I told nobody. I promise you. I told absolutely nobody. I was like, Fivos has said he's going to do something special, and I'm not going to tell any of you what it is. And then you did it straight away, and it was so sick. And I think there's, Greta was like, oh, the scores came through, and I said, well, I'm honestly not surprised. Seeing something a little bit different. I think sometimes, with the Tow-In, people think they have to do, right, I need to do the burner 360, or I need to do the double air funnel, or, all these moves. And actually, by doing something a little bit different, you'll find you can get the scores. I mean, have you got any other crazy ideas of moves that you want to do going into the final tomorrow? Or you're not going to tell me?
I'm not going to tell you, but there's always ideas. There are always ideas, but the question is if the conditions at this moment allow you to try those. So it has to be a lot has to be perfect for a move to be a new move, let's say, because I can't watch it anywhere and try to replicate it.
Absolutely, yeah. I want to see a repeat of the clue first punch, the clue first air flackers that you were doing in Geneva last year. Yeah, that's the move. That's the move I want to see, Fivos. Just going to say it now. I know I'm not a judge, but that's what we want to see on the live stream.
I think with a wave it's more spectacular.
Anyway, whatever we will get, it will be spectacular no matter what, that's for sure. And yeah, we wish you good luck for tomorrow. We can't wait to see you. Thank you so much, Fivos.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Take care.
Ciao.
Cheers, Fivos.
All right, and said this, we will actually get another guest into the booth who is currently busy touring a nice story. Yuppie, please come over. Hello. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jupp Schmidt in the house. Yuppie, I mean, how was that out there? It was just, for us at least, watching from here, it's been amazing.
Oh yeah, it's been real fun. The conditions are really nice. I got a good connection with the jet ski driver, so he puts me in that position every time to get the nice ramp, and yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. You totally deserve to be in tomorrow's final.
Thank you.
How excited are you about this crazy final going off tomorrow in Old Town Vieste?
Oh yeah, I can't wait. I've been longing for this, and haven't had much Tow-In practice in a while, but it's always been in me, and yeah, I just can't wait for it.
I mean, honestly, you say you didn't have much practice, but I think nobody has seen that. Nobody. No? Don't you agree, Sandy? I mean, it looks like you're doing it every day, all day long.
Well, I did take it a little more serious a few years back, and we were really training it back at home. And yeah, I guess it's all muscle memory.
I've got to ask. I've been wanting to see it all day. We've seen the air funnel burner. Loads of you guys doing that, and then we obviously saw you, doing the culos, the one-handed culos. Are we going to see the air bob culo in the Tow-In tomorrow? Is that a move you've been thinking about? Do you or are you looking for the sort of flat water to do that? But I'm not gonna lie. I want to see some air bobs. I want to see some air bobs tomorrow.
He kept saying that the whole time. He kept saying it.
I think the judges do too. We want to see something different. Everybody sees those air funnel burners. We know that's a winning move, so that's why I'm throwing it as well. But yeah, for sure, I'll be trying to throw an air bob culo in the mix.
Oh. Oh. Look at Sandy. Look at his face. He seems to be very happy about that.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good point what you've said. I think the judges definitely are looking for something different. That's why, like Fivos doing the Canabrava, or even taking a handoff, the one-handed culo, Sebastian Gux's no-handed burner, adding a little bit of style, a bit of flair to these moves, it can make all the difference, especially if you're landing it clean. I think that was the point of difference for you, Yupa. I think, how long your hair is, but I think it's still completely dry, you landed completely clean every time. And I think that makes such a big difference, for what the judges are looking for. So that combination of a bit of innovation, something new, but also landing clean, I think that's what's really going to get people onto the podium tomorrow.
I mean, I have one more question, actually. How do you manage to be always so relaxed and with a smile, even if it's 1 minute before the heat? How do you do this? Is this something about the Caribbean? Is this something about, I don't know what it is, but how do you manage it?
It's my way of life. You know, I see things very positively. I'm a very open person, and yeah, that's what makes me smile every day. Next to that, I know I got a family back home who is watching me, and that's what makes me smile. My little boy, my son, and my wife, of course, at home, and yeah.
I mean, honestly, Yupi, that's one of the reasons why it's so amazing to have you around every time you're at an event. I mean, people love you. You're everybody's darling, and that's exactly the reason why. So good luck for tomorrow. Thank you so much, and we can't wait to see you on the water tomorrow.
Yes, action. Can't wait. See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, Sandy, what a day, what a day. I'm so happy. It's been just amazing so far, no?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of a great message to end it on, really. You know, everything that that Joop was just saying there, you know, about staying so positive, and that's his kind of mindset and the way he looks on it. And it's something we've talked about a little bit throughout the day, you know, in terms of the younger riders, you know, and them kind of coming into these competitions for their first time and not putting too much pressure on themselves. And I think that's why Joop has had such a long and successful career in the sport, because he's just had that mindset the whole time, from when he was a young kid coming up to, you know, the established professional that he is now. The whole time he's like to enjoy the ride. And I think we can all take something from Joop as we go into this weekend.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, there's actually nothing to add about that, you know. And yeah, I mean, I honestly can't wait for tomorrow, because now we basically did all these qualification rounds, and we're working towards the final. And yeah, it's gonna happen tomorrow finally. So I'm very, very happy that the conditions allowed us today to do this tow-in. And then looking towards Sunday, we will have actually some proper wind. So yeah, a lot of action coming up, no matter what the conditions will throw at us. And yeah, I mean, there's really nothing that I would like to add about that, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, make sure you stay glued to all of our social channels, guys, at Freestyle Pro Tour on Instagram. Give us a subscribe on YouTube, and you can follow along on Facebook as well in terms of watching the live streams. Yeah, stay glued to that. That is it for the action from today. I assume we will be bringing you a bill show later on, but then we're currently looking at timing options for tomorrow, just because of the forecast. Obviously, we want to try and ideally get out in the best time of day for the wind to run the foil style, and obviously the fin windsurfing as well. So we will be fitting the tow-in finals around that. But you definitely don't want to miss that. As Greta was saying earlier, it's going to be in the beautiful arena that is the old town of Vieste. You know, you can check out the highlights from last year when we went and did an expression session there. So yeah, that's going to be something not to miss. But yeah, it's going to be a weekend full of action if you are a fan of freestyle windsurfing. So stay glued to our social channels, and we will see you later on.